Hello. Hello, everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful Saturday. It is Saturday. That's right. I nearly forgot. For some reason, I thought it was Friday, but it's actually Saturday. There are days in the week, and Saturday is one of them. And in fact, Saturday is this one. This is the day of today. Saturday. Saturday is now Fate Day. It's true. It's just because, you know, it's a weekend evening. That gives me a lot of extra time to read. I get a lot of extra time to read this visual novel. I can go for hours and hours. I fell for hours. Oh yeah, there's like that Fate anime that's going on right now, Strange Fake. I don't know anything about it. Like I said, I have not experienced any Fate media up until now. My media consumption, such a stupid phrase, media consumption. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I don't know what it contains. I don't know what it's about. Maybe one day I will find out. Oh, it's written by the Bacano/Durarara author. That's interesting. I do like both of those things. Crunchyroll is putting out incomplete versions of episodes? What does that mean? Like, there's bits missing? That's weird. Obviously that sounds bad. That sounds really bad. Good old Crunchyroll. That's a sign of quality. You might as well just pirate all of your anime if that's what they're gonna put out. Honestly, I think you should have been doing this anyways. But you didn't hear that from me. But... Each Strange Fake has taken years to come out, so something Crunchyroll has versions from like a year ago. Weird. Like, not the final versions of the episode? Weird. That is strange. I guess you could say it is a strange fake or whatever. That is really odd. I guess, I don't know, wait for the Blu-ray or something. That feels like a good bet, maybe. Maybe just wait to pirate the Blu-ray so that all those problems are gone. Oh fuck. We won. Speaking of fate, we won the Gacha Henchmans. We won the Killer 7 playlist gacha. My playlist is shuffled. We got Rave On. As I add more songs to the playlist, Killer 7 Rave On becomes more rare. So the gacha poll on the playlist feels more exciting. Anyways, who is that? Who followed? Preppy Pause, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. I am Haitian Slorts. I haven't even done my introduction yet. I'm Haitian Slorts, leader of the Rose Rabbit Army, princess of the moon, leader of all bunnies who have ever existed. I am what you see in the moon at night, here to conquer the world, and reading straight Fate Stay Night for the very first time ever. And I'm doing it live on twitch.tv/HaitianSports. Killer 7 has a banger soundtrack. That's another one I played for the first time recently, and I loved it. It might be it's so hard because I love the Silver Case so much. But like, it's a real close race between Killer 7 and Silver Case is my new favorite Suda game. I really like both of those. I don't know. Maybe I'll play a later Suda game that becomes my new favorite, though. After all, there's still the 25th Ward. I have played some of the Ninwer Heroes games. I haven't played 3 yet. So, I don't know. It's possible. What other Suda game have I seen? There's Killer is Dead, but I don't think he directed that one, right? He only, produced it? Right? I believe he only produced it. He did write and direct a Random Blood Plus game, which sounds fascinating to me. Also a Samurai Champloo game. Also very fascinating to me. Killer is Dead was directed by the guy who later directed Let It Die. Oh, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum. He also directed a Fatal Frame game? Suda did? That's weird. Suda's worked on a lot more, like, not original games than I would have thought. Yeah, there was a Blood Plus game, a Samurai Champloo game, a Fatal Frame game he directed. I'm looking at the list now. It's kind of interesting. He was the creative producer on Rebuild of Evangelion, Sound Impact, which is interesting. And of course, there's Lollipop Chainsaw. Killer is Dead, he's credited as executive director. Which I guess means, like, he was, like, an assistant to the director on that game. Maybe it was, like, one of those situations where the director on Killer is Dead was, like, a new-to-director, so Suda supported him. He is the big fan of death in titles, I've noticed this. Here's Let It Die. Yeah, I guess it's just like... Suda didn't direct the one where the guy's gun is his penis, right? It's literally named Johnson. Right? He didn't direct that one. What was the name of that one? That one's not a Suda-directed one, is it? The one that was fucked over by EA. I don't remember the name of it. I'm like blanking on the name all of a sudden. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm blanking on it. Shadows of the Dam, that was it. It is a grasshopper, so I wasn't confused about that. Sue didn't direct it. Sue did not direct that one. I wonder if he had any role. I'm just curious. Okay, he was the writer. And also credited as a general director? I don't really know what that means in this context. Like, we got executive director, general director. I'm going to assume both of those kind of mean he was in a supporting director role. Not the main director, but supporting the main director. That's my guess. That's what sounds right to me, so I'm going to assume it's true and never change my mind based on new information. But enough about Suda game. I only talked about it because of the Killer 7 music. Enough about that, though. We're here to read another man visual novel. We're here to read more Fate Stay Night. And I am excited to do so. I actually did quite enjoy the opening. Like that long-ass opening where we were seeing things from Rin Tosaka's perspective. Which was surprising to me. I thought it would be Shiro. He's like the main guy. He's like the main guy. That's what I know about Fate Stay Night. I knew Rin was a character that existed. I didn't know we would be seeing it from her perspective, like first thing, which is surprising me. But maybe we'll find out more about why that is. I don't know. Surely we should learn more about Shira, and of course Saber. We did see a lot of Saber last time. She was like about to fucking stab Rin Tosaka, and Rin Tosaka was like, "Why is she so beautiful? Why am I thinking about this and not that she's going to kill me?" Which I find interesting. We saw a lot of interesting behaviors from Miss Tosaka last time. I thought it was interesting stuff, so I'm excited to see where this goes. Nasu fans, stay on the edge of your seat, because I enjoyed the opening so far, but I also enjoyed a lot of parts of Tsukihime, and I overall don't like it, so let me move over here. Just stay on the edge of your seat so I can turn on you at any second. Let's lower the monitor. That's the schedule. We don't need the schedule right now. I can also get rid of my sensor image from playing Paradiso Guardian last night. Where's Fate? There it is. I'm loading it up, gamers. Here we go. I'm loading it up. We can say goodbye to the playlist. Even though I was about to play some really good Umineko music. Ah, Umineko. Now those were the days when I streamed all of Umineko. Yeah, someone did mention that, don't worry. I was reading. I am aware that Shiro's voice is muted by default. We will change it, don't worry. Don't worry, you're pretty little head, hench buns. I'm paying attention. I'm heard this game is a work of fiction. I hope that's true. It'd be scary if we could just summon Hot Lady Knights. The Umineko streams were good. That was like one of the funnest. That was one of the most fun like series of streams I've ever done. In my opinion, I really enjoyed streaming Umineko. No, this game is real. You met Shiro last month? That's scary. Let's... Oh my god. Ha! Wow, you can change everybody's individual voice settings. This is fascinating. There's a lot of options. There's a lot... Hang on, there's a lot of mystery guys here. I'm calling the hotline for mystery neighbors. I just want... I guess... Wow, there's a lot of fucking options for the text speed. That's actually really nice. You can, like, make read and unread text scroll faster. Because I'm assuming there's roots in this game like there was in Tsukihime. I think I know that. Time until... Wow, there's a lot of options. It's actually really nice. Hint previously read text, yeah. I'm actually kind of impressed by all of these options. That's actually really nice for a visual novel to have. You wonder what happens when I test their voices? Let me see. There you go. Alright, I've turned on Shiro's voice. There you go. Wait, well, that was Rin's whole test voice? Just her gasping? Oh, the mystery ones? Let's see. It will not let me. It won't even highlight the button, as you can see here. So, mystery neighbors are completely unspoilered. Does it use their last spoken line? That might be the case. Because Rin's last spoken line was, because she's being at the end of Saber's sword. That's probably the case. I think this is all fine. It's nice that there's all these options. I think they're all fine at their defaults. Wow. Wow. You can even change when it auto-saves. That's really nice. This is all very nice. Let me make sure it's saved. It did. That's pretty funny, Perpetrator. I don't think I ever noticed that. If I did notice that, I probably just assumed the character voice test was just specific to that screen and not pulled from anything in the game. It is neat. I am actually pretty impressed by all those options. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. So literally last time I stopped when we reached this screen because there's that whole long prologue bit. So I'm assuming all I do is hit new game. I'm assuming that's all I have to do. Yes, okay. Well, henchbuns, let's dive right back into the world of Fate. Yes. The music is pretty chill. Let's do it. I'm gonna hit the new game. It's time to... I'm gonna put on my Nope, that's the wrong button. Time to put on my reading glasses. There we go. You're still mad they changed the menu screen? It was so good in Rialto? What was it? I don't know what it looked like. I don't have any emotions about this because this is my first time ever even looking at this. So, you know. It changed based on the route you read. Well, maybe this will still happen here. We don't know. Let's find out. I sure don't know. Uh-oh. Oh, it's already happening. I didn't know. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life, have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. I didn't know! How was I supposed to know they'd say it so early? I didn't know it'd be the first thing. How was I supposed to know? His writing is this fire? Well, there's literally fire on the screen. When I came to, I was lying in a burning field. It must have been a big fire. Yeah, that's Natsu writing. That's like, way to hit me with the most Natsu shit in the world, right? I was in a field on fire. The fire was big. The familiar town was an unrecognizable smoking ruin. It looked like a scene from a war movie. The sight didn't last long, though. As morning dawned, the fires gradually died down. The towering walls of flame shrunk to embers, and most of the buildings looked to have collapsed. It felt so strange, being the only unchanged thing in this town. I was the only one left alive. I was either fortunate, or the house I'd been inside was built on the luckiest ground of all time. Either way, I was the only one alive. Since I'd survived, I felt I needed to keep on living. I walked aimlessly, thinking it would be dangerous to remain where I was. It wasn't that I wanted to avoid becoming what had happened to everyone around me, those scorched, blackened masses. It wasn't a feeling of disgust. Some other emotion was driving me on. At the same time, I had no hope. It was a miracle I was alive at all. I didn't think I was going to last much longer. There was just no way in hell I was going to survive. There was simply no way I would ever escape this crimson hellscape, no matter what I did. That was how desperate, how hellish this place was, even in the eyes of a young boy. Seems bad. Seems like he's going through it. And then I collapsed. Either there was no air around me, or I simply couldn't breathe anymore. I just collapsed, and all I could do was to look up at the slowly clouding sky. The scorched black masses around me lay motionless. The dark clouds covered the sky, promising rain. Good, the rain will put out the fires. I took one final deep breath and looked up at the rain clouds. I couldn't breathe, but I still felt pain. I said that out loud on behalf of all those people who couldn't say those words themselves. That was 10 years ago. Miraculously, in the midst of all that, I was saved. My physical body survived, but everything else was scorched, reduced to ash. When a young child loses their parents or their home, there's really nothing left of them. And so, everything other than my body perished. Put as simply as possible, in exchange for my body living, my heart died. Seems bad. Seems like it's been a tough time for this mysterious child we just couldn't possibly guess at the identity of. I'm dreaming. It really is, perpetrator. It really is. I squinted, seeing a bright white light. It was blinding. Light stabbed at my eyes when I woke. I doubt I really knew what the sensation of blinding light was in the first place. Another unfamiliar ceiling. As my eyes adjusted, I woke, alarmed. I was lying in a bed and I didn't recognize, in a room that I didn't recognize. I was honestly stunned, but the cleanliness of the white room made me feel at ease. I looked blankly at my surroundings. The room was spacious, and beds lined it in neat rows. All the beds were full, and it looked like each bed's occupant was injured. But the room couldn't feel depressing at all. Everyone injured survived. I let my eyes wander. I looked out the window. We got it! Everybody clap! We got bluesky.jpg. That's one on the list. I gotta check it off. We got Blue Sky. Check it off of the list. Hell yes. I've been waiting for this. That whole 5-hour prologue, I was thinking internally, when's Blue Sky? When's Puppets? We finally got one, lad. Hang on. Not a bingo. We've only got the first one. We only got the first one. We haven't gotten any others on it. We haven't gotten Puppet with its strings cut. We haven't gotten like glass shatter sound. So I'm sure we'll hit them all. This is the classic after all. It's gotta have all of them. I clicked on the wrong. I looked out the window. The clear blue sky. Everybody clap. Everybody clap. We got him, lads. The clear blue sky was so incredibly beautiful. A few days passed, and I was finally able to take in this. I had no problem remembering what happened the days before. But I wasn't much different from a newborn during this time. Strange as it is, I was closer to the truth than might seem possible. The fire was just that bad. I was rescued from the fire. I awoke in a hospital, my parents were gone, and my entire body was wrapped in bandages. That does seem pretty rough. It seems like you're having a terrible time. I didn't really understand what was going on, but I did know that I was alone. It didn't take long for me to accept my circumstances. Maybe I had no choice, really. All the other children were in the same boat. And then, later, in the moment I, naive as I was, started to worry about what would become of me, he walked in. He appeared the day my bandages came off, and I started eating on my own. His hair was disheveled, his suit tattered. He looked a bit younger than my doctor. He looked more like someone's older brother than someone's father. I recognize that voice. Akiyama? Why are you here? It really said, is it Akiyama? Yakuza 4 Akiyama? Sounds like him. His beaming smile. How serendipitous. I just played Yakuza 4 for the first time recently. Yeah, and Rudolph Ushiromiya. It's true. He is Rudolph as well. Also, Ging and Hunter x Hunter. I have not... Okay. I've not read or watched him. He is a pretty prolific voice actor. This much I know. His beaming smile seemed to blend into the pouring white sunlight. His voice was somehow irritatingly fake, yet extremely gentle. Yeah, he's putting on a little bit more of a Rudolph than an Akiyama right now. He was offering to take me in. I asked if we were related. He said we were complete strangers. He looked like an unremarkable, unreliable guy. But then again, he was no more or less familiar than the orphanage. So I decided I'd go with him. This is another plot point Nasu seems to like, is just getting adopted by a random-ass guy. That happened to Shiki. He started gathering although Shiki did not know this. He assumed they were his birth family. He started gathering my things hastily. Even as young as I was, I could see he wasn't any good at it. And after he made a mess packing. It's an easy way to get rid of parents. I guess that's true. If you don't want parents to be a big deal in your story, you just kill them. Just kill them off in the backstory. I guess that's true. I guess Shiki was kind of just fucking kidnapped. I mean, is it a kidnapping if it's after his parents were murdered? If his whole family got murdered, right? Then it's not kidnapping anymore. Then it's just forced adoption. He turned, asking for confirmation. He asked so casually, as if asking me if there was somewhere I wanted to go. Oh, is he? I'm a magician, you say. He said it in a serious, almost ceremonious manner. It happened so fast. Now that I think back, I was also immature. I just accepted his words as fact. I took it neither as a joke or genuine statement. Don't call him G-san already. You don't know this guy. I guess I said something like that, eyes wide in astonishment. Just gonna start calling this guy I just met G-san. Yeah, he's speedrunning that dad relationship. And I was his child. Actually, I don't really remember how that conversation went. But every now and then, my old man would bring it up. He would recount that scene over and over, acting all embarrassed. That scene might have been the happiest day of my old man, a man named Kiritsugu Emiya's life. You can say that it was one thing for him to tell a recently orphaned kid he was a magician. But I was no better, the way I so eagerly bought into it. And that was how my old man adopted me, and how I took the last name of Emiya. Shiro Emiya. When I said that name out loud, I felt really proud of having the same last name as Kiritsugu. I'm dreaming. It's from my childhood. It's probably about 8 years ago, since it's about the time when I talked to my old man into making me his apprentice. Kiritsugu had started going away on a regular basis once I was old enough to stay home by myself. He'd always give some childish, unbelievable explanation like, I'm going to go on an adventure around the world. Then he'd actually do it. From then on, that's how it always was. It wasn't unusual for him to be gone for a month, and at times, he didn't come home for half a year. The Emiya Mansion is an expensive Japanese samurai-style house, and Kiritsugu and I were the only ones living there. It felt too big and empty for a child like me, and at times I felt lost. But I liked my life there. Whenever Kiritsugu came home from his trips, he would brag and tell stories like an excited child. And another child, one who shared his last name, always looked forward to those stories. I may have been alone in the mansion, but Kiritsugu's stories always held a lesson in them. He was always pursuing a dream like a boy. I was weary of his whims, yet at the same time he always looked radiant to me. Maybe that's why I hope to be like him one day. Well, as childish as I might have been, I realized I needed to get my act together, since I had an old man with his head constantly in the clouds. January 31st. Now let's see if Shiro remembers to reset his clock. Will Shiro remember where Written forgot? I hear a sound. Yeah, I gotta go to school. My dad's a fucking bum. My dad's a fucking loser. My dad goes on cool adventures, but he's a fucking loser, and I don't want to be a fucking loser. So I'm gonna go to school. That's great. That's delightful. The heavy rusted hinges on the door creak as it's being pushed open. Light pours in through the crack in the door. My mind tries to shake off the slumber. Senpai! Who's the Kohai approaching? I hear footsteps drawing near, and I feel the winter air flowing in. Oh, it's purple! That's it, Sakura. But why is she... She's purple for an amazing reason. I'm purple for an amazing reason. Question mark? I'm not sure why, but Sakura looks more cheerful than usual. Like she likes you or something. Who is this boy that everybody likes? If there's one thing that seems to link together most Nasu protagonists, even regardless of gender, it's that they're fucking stupid. Even Ryogi's kind of stupid. I answer, still half asleep. My head's still not right, so even I don't know what I'm saying. Ryogi is pretty fucking stupid. I love how she spends so much of the light novel, because I read the translation of the light novel, so much of her narration is like, I'm evil, I'm horrible, I'm a fucking monster of a person, nobody could ever love me. And then, what's his name? I'm blanking on it. He's literally nice, boy. Is like standing right there, like, hi Ryogi, I like you. Yeah, Mikia. Hi Ryogi, my friend from high school, who I love. And then her internal narration is still like, I'm fucking hideous, I'm horrible, I'm a monster. Nobody could ever love a thing such as me. And Mikia is just still standing there like, hi, I like you. He's saying it like over and over. Is it ever explained why he's so fucking good at finding shit? I don't think so. It's literally just he's an amateur detective. It's literally just Mikia is an amateur detective, and I can only assume in another universe Nasu would be writing crime novels instead. It just really feels like partway into writing this light novel, Nasu also wanted to like write a guy who's a detective. I literally think that's it. So he's like Miki is like playing at being like a Raymond Chandler style hard-boiled detective. So he's got to know people, and it's like, well, who does the people he know? Well, he still remembers all the guys from high school. I think that's literally it. He just wanted to write a guy who's kind of a detective. Yeah, Kara no Kyokai has a very it has a very noirish feel to it at times. It does. It's very urban fantasy in a way not even Tsukihime is at times. Like Kara no Kyokai, and maybe that's the benefit of it being all prose, no visuals. Kara no Kyokai does get very into like, I'm trying to track down a guy. I'm looking up, you know, my old connections from high school, and we're slowly, you know, they know where this guy went because they're his friends, etc. You know, that kind of detective style legwork. And that's not really a thing in Tsukihime. So Kara no Kyokai, the setting feels a little more urban because of that, even though Tsukihime is almost entirely in a city. There's a lot more side characters who are just normal dudes. Where was I? Sakura is giggling. Crap, I must still be so sleepy I've said something weird. The cold winter air helps at a time like this. The chill snaps my lethargic mind awake. And in front of me stands my junior in high school, Sakura Mato. I'm in my house's storehouse, and it's just about 6 o'clock in the morning. Why is this girl in your fucking house, by the way, Shiro? Does she just come in to wake you up? Honestly, though, I guess that is like kind of a very old school anime thing, isn't it? I have this friend at high school. She's a girl. She's just allowed to walk into my house and wake me up and tell me I'm late. That's like kind of an old anime thing. Oh, she's so Yamato Nadeshiko. Yeah, it's a very shoujo trope. Sakura is practically bouncing with excitement. That's all. Sakura is weirdly energetic this morning. Suki is 20 years later in comparison. That is true. Kara no Kyokai is like in the 80s, right? Like it actually takes place in like the 80s. It's like almost a period piece. No, wait. Hang on. I swear at some point they mentioned... No, they don't ever mention a cell phone or anything. It takes place in 1980, yeah. It's just not brought up that much. What exactly the year it is, so like your mind fills in the gaps for modernity. Yeah, it is non-linear. Like, different parts of the light novel take place at different times. Though, like, broadly, each chapter is linear in its intention. Sakura is out of the CG dimension. Her lighting is no longer consistent with the background. Shiro, do you sleep in the buff? Is this one of your things? I finally look at myself. I fell asleep working last night, so I'm still wearing my coverall. The coveralls I wear while I'm working are usually dirty. Who knows what Fujine would say or do if I went in the house as is. What? His dick's not even out? He's just wearing dirty, gross clothes and this embarrasses her for some reason? I don't know who Fujimura is. Also, I accidentally cut off Sakura speaking. Sorry. Sakura quickly walks out. Okay then. I'll change into my school uniform first. Then I need to collect all the parts I left scattered around. I can't remember everyone yet, Manos. If I see Fujimura, I'll probably remember. She's the teacher, right? Am I remembering this now? Is she the teacher? The storehouse in the corner of the backyard, and all sorts of junk is crammed in there. Okay, yes, the teacher. Though I've always liked to tinker with gadgets, so the place is a treasure trove. The old man forbade me to go to the storehouse, but I ignored his warnings and snuck inside almost every day. Now it's sort of a base for me. I guess you could call this place my real room. Now this is a real r/male living spaces moment. Yeah, it's like the Rin was talking about how cold it was earlier in the prologue, and this bro's just like sleeping in a concrete storehouse, wearing coveralls. Then again, what should I expect? Every Nasu protagonist is insane. The massive Emiya house never felt homey to me, but I've always felt at ease in here, surrounded by all this junk. So he just like hangs out in here and builds random crap? A majority of the things in the storehouse are everyday things, mostly unusable. I'm not sure whether I brought it all in because I liked it in here, or whether I liked this place because it was full of junk. Either way, I snuck into this storehouse almost daily, and I made sort of a hobby of fixing broken things. I'm not the type who gets attached to things, but it just didn't feel right to neglect things that are still usable. Or maybe it would be better to say the idea of doing that just bothered me. Which is why I stayed up all night trying to fix a broken stove. Okay. What do you even need that for, though? Do you not have a working stove? I try to shake off my self-disgust at that. I gather the parts from the stove and put them back on the shelf of things waiting to get fixed. There's no more room, though. Once I fix the stove, an old VCR is up next. Yeah, okay, I get it. Character establishing moment. Shiro's obsessed with fixing things. I understand. Perhaps objects could even extend. Maybe he's even obsessed with fixing more than objects. As a boy whose family was killed by a big fire when he was a baby. Both of which were destroyed by Fujine. We can set that aside for me. I changed into my school uniform. Are you not gonna, like, take a shower or nothing? Since the storehouse is like my own room, I have all the essentials, including a change of clothes in here. The rest are things like haphazardly drawn blueprints scattered all over the place and literal junk from my failed attempts at fixing various things. Also, there's some sort of pattern carved in the storehouse's floor. Perhaps used as some sort of an altar in the past. Okay. Alright, yeah, sure. That's what it's for. The guy, your dad told you he was a magician, dude. You just thought he was like a Houdini type, not a Houdini type, but like, you know, a stage magician type of guy and not a Crowley type of magician. I clap my hands in prayer at the storehouse and turns towards the mansion. Yeah, his dad loves doing that occult stuff. I walk from the storehouse to the mansion. Yeah, do you think Kuritsugo was actually doing that? He's just like, ooh, look behind you here, Shiro, look, a 500 yen coin. You want to do card tricks? Look, pick a card. This Emiya residence is a Japanese samurai-style house, located on the outskirts of town. My old man wasn't from a notable family, yet for some reason he owned this giant house. That, in itself, was a mystery. It also seems he didn't have any relatives here in Japan. And so when my old man died, there was no one else to inherit this mansion, so it came to me as his adopted son. Though to be honest, I don't have any administrative abilities. So things like inheritance, property taxes, and any other complicated things are all handled by old man Fujimura. Old Man Fujimura is a major businessman who lives nearby. Kiritsugu described Old Man Fujimura as an old man who's like a Yakuza boss. Obviously, that was his own biased view. In fact, Old Man Fujimura is not like a Yakuza boss. He is a Yakuza boss. That's pretty funny. That may be a problem in itself, but I try not to dwell on it. Anyway, that's why I live in this giant mansion on my own. It's been 5 years since my old man died. No, unfortunately, Swinerhead, he's not like a dragon. Fujimura. I doubt Fujimura is like that type of Yakuza. He seems to be more like the classic form of, I'm going to make a tax shelter. Time sure does fly. I sigh, thinking about how much I've grown in those 5 years. I trained every day to become like Kiritsugu, but that's easier said than done. It's not surprising, since I didn't have what it takes from the start. But the fact that I haven't improved at all these past 5 years forces me to reassess things. If I had to sum up my current situation, I'd say I set the bar too high. I haven't even reached the starting line. No, rushing won't do me any good. For now, I just have to do what I can. Okay then. What I need to do now is... Oh shit. We get a choice, henchbuns! Our first choice in the visual novel. What should we do? Go help Sakura or take care of our daily tasks? So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna work this like I did when I streamed Tsukihime, where I'm going to choose whatever I want for the first route, and then after that I'll use some sort of guide to get the different endings. That's what I did for Tsukihime. But, you know, I like to encourage participation in the process. There's an in-game flowchart in this version. Will be of great assistance. I like to experience things as freshly as possible the first time, so I'm not looking at any sort of route guide. And if this is anything like Tsukihime, I probably won't even have access to all the routes at first anyways, so there's no reason for me to not just kind of raw dog it, you know? But I do like to encourage my henchmen to participate in the process a little bit, so which do you think we should choose? No, I do not want to know that. Perfect. Shiro needs to shower. You don't know if that's included in his daily task. You don't know if that's his daily task. What if Shiro just never showers? Can't leave a girl hanging? That is true. She said she wanted to prepare breakfast for him. Does she really want our help? Consider what women want, henchbuns. Don't just assume they need our help all the time. That's sexist. That's revealing your internalized misogyny. What should we do? I'll take another couple votes. The future is ours to decide. When you were his age, hanging out with a cute girl in the morning would be nice. You'd say 2, 1. Alright, we'll go help Sakura. Right, I need to help Sakura. Making someone younger than me do all the work would be embarrassing, and I feel bad for Sakura coming here so early in the morning. But I'm too late. Breakfast looks to be done already. The appetizing scent of the breakfast Sakura cooked wafts toward me through the kitchen. Sakura finished cooking, and she's searching the cupboards for dishes. Well, henchmans, you got owned. We didn't have to help her after all. She's got an apron on and everything.
もうじゃないぞ。6時10分って言ったら朝飯を食ってる時間じゃないか。完全に寝坊だよ。
そんなことはないと思いますよ。先輩は部活をしていないんですから、この時間は十分に。
Shiro, you don't do shit.
部活は関係ない。それを言ったら朝練があるさくらがうちに来てくれるのも問題じゃないか。
私は好きでしていることですから。
The concrete floor was just so cozy.
まあそれは何度も聞いた。だから俺も部活に関係なく早起きしてるんだ。さくらが来てくれるなら
I guess that's true.
起きてないと失礼だろ。
To me, waking up early is waking up before Sakura gets here. Oversleeping means I make Sakura prepare breakfast on her own, like today. Though this arrangement started only about a year and a half ago.
ともかくさくらは休んでろよ。あとは並べるだけなんだから、それぐらい俺にやらせてくれ。
I stand next to Sakura and pull out the dishes. Sakura has a surprisingly stubborn side, so she won't rest unless I really push.
なら私もお手伝いします。お皿には私が盛りますから。
Girl!
先輩はお茶碗を出してください。
いや、だから全部こっちでやるからいいってば。
Oh, brother.
いけません。先輩はお家の主人なんですから、朝くらいはドーンと構えていてください。
They're fighting over who gets to do the most chores. This truly is... We're too nice for our own good.
ドーンと構えろって。さくら一人に働かせてのんびりしている主人なんて家主失格だぞ。いいから、さくらは今に行ってろって。
はい、ぜひ失格してください。これ、いつも美味しいご飯を食べさせてもらっているお返しなんです。だからできれば先輩にはゆっくりしていてほしいです。
It's true, Rin... This is a nice contrast to Rin not being able to do shit in them.
食費だったら折半なんだから、さくらが気にすることじゃない。感謝なんて言ったら俺がしたいぐらいだ。さくらが来てくれるよ。
Yeah, you definitely seem like an instant ramen kind of guy, Shiro.
やっぱり先輩分かってなかったんですね。先輩のお家のご飯が美味しいのはそういうことじゃないんです。
そういうことじゃないってどういうことだ？
いえ、なんでもありません。けど責任取ってくださいね。私、先輩の家じゃないと。
Shiro, this girl's making waves. Can you not... Are you stupid?
バカ、おかしなこと言うな。
What a strange thing to say.
あの人には冗談なんて通じないんだから。
Yeah, that's what she's doing. She's being a sarcasm. She's doing a sarcasm. She's making a joke about how much she just likes you and wants to suck your dick.
まったくだ。あんまりおかしなこと言うな。
Just a funny little joke, bro.
言いません。言いませんからお手伝いしていいですよね、先輩。
Sakura looks me in the eyes so naturally and calmly.
いいよ、好きにしろ。そんなにやりたきゃさくらに任せる。
はい、好きにします、私。
She's got a strong will.
本当に最近言うこと聞かなくなったよな。
She wants to do what she wants.
ですね。藤村先生に似てきたのかもしれません。
That doesn't seem good. She responds softly as she reaches towards the cupboard. Her dark hair gently falls over her shoulder. The curves of her body catch my eye. I am a red-blooded young man, after all. I can't explain it, but it's awkward. I'm not sure if it's our age, but Sakura has been looking more feminine lately. Her casual movements or her profile are so pretty. I inadvertently avert my eye.
先輩、どうかしましたか?
No, Sakura, I was just thinking about the H scene that doesn't exist in this version. Honestly, it's baffling. Why the hell am I getting nervous around my friend's younger sister? Sakura is just a really good and considerate younger friend of mine. She's someone I need to look after. Which is why she comes over and cooks me food every morning. That's just what friends do. She's the younger sister of a friend of mine. We used to be friendly, though initially we weren't very close, and she's a grade below me. It was only a year and a half ago that our relationship became more what it is now. Sakura started to come and cook meals for me when I got hurt. Things kind of stayed like that. I think this arrangement was supposed to last until I got better, but I guess something or other happened, and somehow she ended up helping out with household chores. Either way, Sakura is a good cook, and her cleaning and laundry skills are perfect. Having her come early in the morning is a big help, but it's been disconcerting recently. Sakura isn't the problem, it's me. I can't stop being horny. It's like I'm some sort of teenager. I'm sure being flustered by my friend's sister is part of the reason I feel guilty. Usually I'm unfazed, but when I blush because I get caught off guard like now, wonder whether that's problematic as her senpai. Oh no, the power dynamics of being like 1 year older than her. Breakfast is lined up neatly on the table. A perfectly balanced meal of chicken with parsley salad, grilled salmon, blanched spinach, miso soup with radish and carrots, and grated yam soup. Damn, girl, you made all that in like 10 minutes? Sakura and I sit down and bow and begin our meal in silence. The gentle tapping of chopsticks is the only sound in the room. Sakura isn't typically talkative, and I hardly have anything to chat about during meals. So we eat in silence. Normally, it's much rowdier than this, but the person who usually causes the commotion must have watched a spy movie or something last night, because she's eyeing the two of us through a newspaper she propped up in front of her food. Why is the teacher here? What? Does everybody just hang out at Shiro's house? Sakura marks diffidently, but Fujine ignores her. Fujine is acting weird, but her being weird at breakfast isn't really all that weird for her. Sakura is used to it too. She's eating as if nothing's the matter. Sakura typically cooks up Western dishes. She really only began learning to cook Japanese dishes since she started coming here to help me out. Sakura learned to cook simple Japanese dishes, at least for breakfast, because Fujine and I prefer them. Now, Sakura's cooking skills have improved to the point she's better than me, and I'm the one who is teaching her. Her miso soup is flavorful and refined now, and she's even gotten to the point where she can grate yams to make yam soup. Actually, I think today's the first time she served yam soup. I need my soy sauce. I need my edamame flavor. Wait, that's the wrong word. Umami flavor. Edamame is a bean. Ingesting soy? I didn't know it was liberal. Fujine nods. The newspaper shuffles. What is her fucking deal? A line of soy sauce streams from the bottle into the grated white mound. I stir the mixture up, pour it over my rice, and take a bite. The stickiness of the grated yam combined with the intense flavor of the soy sauce. Oh, rip. Uh-oh. Did we just get pranked epic style? Fujine tosses her newspaper onto the table with an enthusiastic flick of her wrists. You just got pranked. You're on YouTube now, Shiro. My epic oyster sauce prank. The not-so-mysterious spy punches the air for victory.
This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
What is this face? That's a good face. Also a good face.
天罰ってのは人為的なもんじゃないだろう。なんかおとなしいと思ったら昨日からこんなこと。
I know, she's a grown-ass woman.
そうだよ。おかげでこれから急いでテストの採点しなくちゃいけないんだから。そういうわけで急がないとやばいのだ。
I've committed a crime. Now I must leave. Fujine sits back down and shovels her breakfast into her mouth. Yum 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 yum.
今日も美味しかったよ、さくらちゃん。はい。お粗末様でした、先生。それじゃあ先に行くわね。二人とも遅刻したら怒るわよ。
Honestly, though, oyster sauce isn't that. I mean, like, obviously they have distinct flavors, but they're both umami. Soy sauce and oyster sauce. And off she goes, stomping out in a rush. There's something terribly wrong with a world that allows someone like her to be a teacher. How did you get your certification, man?
すまない。せっかくの朝食だっていうのに、藤姉のやつ、ろくに味わいもしないで。い
え、そういうのではなくて、昨日藤村先生に何かしたんですか？食べ物に細工するなんて、藤村先生にしてはやりすぎですから。
いや、それがさ、昨日
She doesn't like that.
あだ名で呼んじまった。
She does not appreciate that.
それじゃあ仕方ありませんね。先輩、藤村先生に謝らなかったんでしょう。
めんぼくない。
What's her nickname?
いつものことなんで忘れてた。
How could it possibly be so offensive as to create an oyster sauce crime?
藤村先生、先輩にあだ名を言われるのだけは嫌がるんですから。
What?
泣かした上にダットのごとく走り去らせた。おかげで
I wouldn't know what being a scared rabbit is like. I'm a courageous rabbit. In fact, everyone in class worked together to make an award for me from their notebook paper because of that. I threw it away, obviously.
もう、それじゃあ、今朝のは先輩が悪いです。
Fujine is like an older sister to Sakura, so she's typically on Fujine's side. Which is fine on its own, but I wish she would consider the fact that I have to deal with Fujine all day long. Fujine was originally an acquaintance of my old man. She swung by the house pretty frequently since I was adopted. She kept on coming over even after my old man died. Now she acts like a freeloader, eating breakfast and dinner every day. Actually, it might have been thanks to Fujine that I was able to make it on my own after my old man died. And now, it is me, Fujine, and Sakura who are the residents of this Emiya house. They live there? But at the same time, I'm the only one who knows that my old man was a mage. They say mages have to keep that part of their lives secret, which is why I've also been hiding from others that I'm learning magecraft after I became my old man's apprentice. Learning may be a bit of a stretch, really, since I can barely use magecraft properly. So it wouldn't make much of a difference whether I hide magecraft or not, but since it was my old man's dying wish, I've been training in secret. I finish breakfast and get ready for school. I put away the dishes with Sakura as I listen to the news on TV in the background. Sakura is looking blankly at the TV. A flashy caption reading, "Gas leaks continue," pops up on the screen. You smell that, Sakura? No? That's right, gas leaks can be invisible. There seems to have been a big accident in the neighboring city of Shinto. It happened in a building in the business district. Apparently everyone on one of its floors lost consciousness from oxygen deprivation. Hang on, listening. Hey, you're right, that is Tsukihime music. What a cute little reference. Authorities have been calling it an accident resulting from gas leaks, but for some reason these incidents have been happening often.
今のニュース気になるのか、さくら。
Curious.
いえ、別に。
See, this is also why I think Nasu just likes detective stories and shit. Because, like, I've noticed in, like, everything I've read from him so far, there's always, like, some weird murders going on.
してるけど、 別にそんな大きな店じゃないよ。
Or I guess we don't know if it's a murder yet, but like it probably is. It's weird. But I can't entirely ignore the idea either. Gas leaks can happen in any building, and it especially pains me to think that hundreds of people have fallen victim. Some say that these accidents are happening because of faulty construction work done during the rapid redevelopment projects in Shinto. Either way, I hope there won't be any more victims.
物騒な話だ。
Yeah, exactly,
俺たち
perpetrator.
も気をつけないと。
それならご心配なく先輩。ガスの元栓はいつも2回チェックしてますから安心です。
Well, that's good. Sakura proudly
いや、
proclaims,
そういう話でなくて。
always remember to have safety about your gas. Always remember to turn off your stoves and ovens if there are gas burners. Yep, I've always known Sakura's a little off too. We're all freaks here in the Emiya household.
先輩、裏手の戸締まりはしました？
I thought she was gonna say, my brain is so rotted. I thought she was just gonna say, Senpai, did you lock the fuck in?
したよ。缶抜きかけたけど、問題あるか？
Senpai, can you lock it?
ありません。それじゃあ鍵かけますね。先輩、今日のお帰りは何時ですか？
少し遅くなると思う。さくらは？
Found a grammatical error. I think I'll be home a little late. I sure hope somebody got fired for this blunder.
私はいつも通りです。多分私の方が早いと思いますから、夕食の下準備は済ませておきますね。
Noticing a grammatical or a spelling error in like a translation of a visual novel that has tons and tons of text makes me feel like such a stinker. I'm like, how do you make this fuck up? It's not like you're writing like hours and hours of text. Disappointed by the lack of editing. The gate is locked tight. Sakura and Fujine both have keys to the house. The rule is that whoever leaves last is in charge of locking everything up.
行こうか。急がないと朝練に間に合わない。
それじゃあ少しだけ急ぎましょうか、先輩。
Sakura and I walk into town. We walk downhill along a long wall, reach a more populated residential area. The Emiya house is located on top of a hill, away from the center of town. Heading down the hill leads us to the residential area. Going further down, we reach the intersection at the center of town. That intersection that you see in every anime ever. Watch out, a girl's gonna turn a corner when she's late for school and running really fast with toast in her mouth, and she's going to bump into her romantic interest and be so embarrassed. And she's going to fall on her butt. Several roads lead out from the center of town. There's a large bridge that connects to the neighboring town. A hill that leads to Ryudo Temple. A residential area located opposite of my house. A shopping district that both Sakura and I often go to. And finally, there's a path that leads to our school. An ancient Greek actor had his career destroyed because he mispronounced a word. Listen, when that was like your only form of entertainment in like whatever the fuck 500 BC, that shit was serious. That's like your only form of entertainment. You don't even know, like, you don't have like books yet, right? There's no mass printing. Most people don't know how to read. So the only way to get stories or entertainment is to like listen to some other guy say it. So like, yeah, if they fuck up, that shit was serious. We headed straight to school without taking any detours. It's barely 7 o'clock, so there's hardly anyone around. Students making their way to their morning club activities are the only ones to be found along our route. Like, imagine, henchbuns. Imagine, like, when you make a spelling mistake in the group chat and everybody repeats it. Imagine that on a mass societal scale, right? Everywhere you go, hey, that's the fucking loser who mispronounced like whatever Greek word. That's your life now. You're that guy now. Everybody's just like, ha, remember that time you said that wrong? I see Sakura off at the school gate as usual. Yeah, you're the Yerky guy now. That's that fucking guy who said Yerky over there. That's who you are. You're the Yerky guy. Sakura's in the Kyoto, so this is where we usually split off. And yet, Sakura doesn't budge this morning.
Sakura, 体の調子悪いのか?
そういうことじゃなくて。
Why?
先輩
Why are you treating this as such a serious thing? Do I need to visit the dojo? How important is it?
いや、別に道場に用はないぞ。それに今日
I don't do
先
Kyudo.
生に頼まれてるから。
I'm a sword
生徒会室
guy.
に行かないとまずい。
Shiro, I know you're gonna become a sword guy. What do you need a bow for?
そうですよね。
I just wanted to kiss in the dojo, Shiro. You're not picking up the vibes, buddy. Sakura quickly bows her head. Hmm?
それじゃあ失礼します。晩ご飯楽しみにしていてください。
Oh, you hurt her feelings. Sakura runs towards the dojo, seeming almost apologetic. What was that? I wonder what that was all about. Read between the lines, pal. Fucking idiot.
いるか? いるぞ。
Oh, it's Mr.
少し遅かった。
fucking student council president. Issei glances up from his desk, looking like he's been studying some papers.
一世だけか。他の連中はどうしたんだ? この時間なら登校しててもおかしくないだろう。いや、あいにくとうちのメンバーはビジネスライクでね。働く時間帯はきっかり決まっていて、早出と残業はしたくないのだそうだ。それで生徒会長自らが雑用か。ここはここで大変そうだな。何? 好きでしている苦労だ。エミヤに同情してもらうのは筋が違う。
I like his glasses.
いや、一斉に同情なんてしてないぞ。それはそれで無念だが、聞き流すとしよう。情が映っているということでは同じだからな。
Issei, who was gathering his papers into a single sheaf and tapping the edge against the table to square them, is the big boss of the student council. He's been working to reform the student council, which has grown quite lax, and he's been a friend of mine since our first year in school. His full name is Issei Ryudo. Despite his old-fashioned sounding name, he has elegant facial features, and he's popular with the girls. He's quite what the girls like to say these days, a baishun. All the girls call him Bishi-chan. He's also the student council president, so you'd think he would have that leg up over everyone else, but that's not exactly the case. He's the classic glasses boy, Bishi. Right? Classic. Everybody's seen a glasses Bishi. I do recall this now, perpetrator. You bet there's yaoi of them? Maybe. It's saying stuff like that as he sips tea that prevents him from quite sticking the landing. Yeah, he comes off as a fucking nerd. As evidence, Issei is quite plain. He's prone to be misunderstood, yet he neither dabbles in relationships nor does he do what typical students do for fun. He's the heir of the Ryudo Temple, which sits atop an mountain. He himself understands that he will inherit the temple. There's a strong possibility that he'll shave his head without so much as a complaint. No, don't do that. As soon as he graduates from school, I don't want to imagine that. I don't want to imagine bald Issei. Gross. Issei cow, though, that's right. Henchbuns, if you ever see a handsome young man walking to a barber shop, it's your job to tackle them to the ground and make them stop. Do not cut that beautiful hair.
知ってる。運動系がひいきされてるもんで、他に予算がいかないんだろ。
It's always really funny to me when I watch some anime stuff and they take student council shit so seriously. Obviously that doesn't exist in other countries nearly as much. And I question how important it even is in real life Japan compared to anime. Like, it's always seems so odd to me when it's like, we control funding for parts of the school, and I'm like, what? That can't be right.
今年から文化系に予算が行くよう尽力しているのだが、予算の流れが不鮮明でうまく回っていない。
Like, that doesn't make any sense to me that the student council would establish budgets for like extracurricular activity. That doesn't seem like a thing that could be real.
特に冬のストーブ不足に関しては打開策がまるでない。そうか。
Like, that's more of a college thing.
一番大きいやつな。あと動線も。これぐらいならなんとか。動線？これか。すまん。
His blushy sprite is cute.
間違っていたら叱ってくれ。当たってるからいいよ。で、ストーブ不足がどうしたって？
Maybe it is. Maybe they do that as like a preparation for college thing, right? If you give a shit about that sort of thing, you could be a student council member in high school. It would prepare you for doing that shit more heavily in college. Because it's pretty typical for like American universities for their clubs to like do budgeting and stuff and like request money from the school. For activities and such.
ある。第二小学室と美術部の暖房器具が怪しいそうだ。新品購入願いの嘆願書が刻一刻と増えている。けど予算にそんな余裕はないと。やっぱり劣化してるだけだな。中がイカれてなくて助かる。
Good old Shiro, he does machines. He's a handy guy.
治りそうか、エミヤ。治るよ。こういう時古いやつは分かりやすくていい。配線系のショートだから新しいのに変えればとりあえず今年いっぱいは頑張ってくれる。そうか、やるなエミヤ。お前が頼りになると極めて嬉しいぞ。おかしな日本語使うね、一世。
Shiro just doesn't know when people are trying to flirt.
ちょっと外に出ててくれ。
He's dense. He's denser than a rock.
エミヤの邪魔はせん。
Issei quietly steps out of the classroom. He might be thinking that I'm going to start on some sensitive work.
いや、デリケートといえばデリケートなんだけど。
I put my hand to the old electric stove. No matter how long someone's been fixing things, they can't usually figure out what's wrong by sight. So the fact that I can means what I'm doing is not ordinary. I close my eyes and look inside the stove by touch. And then suddenly, a single image pops into my head. Is this a magic thing, or is this just a random freak power you have? Good. I should be able to fix it with just the tools I brought along. If the electrical pipes were broken, it wouldn't be fixable by an amateur. Had that been the case, a certain strengthening would have to be done, which no amateur can manage. But I should be able to fix this one by sight. This is the magecraft Kiritsugu taught me. Oh, okay. I take off the cover to begin my repairs. I already know where it's broken, so the rest of the work is easy. That's right. I, Shiro Emiya, have absolutely no talent in Major. But for some reason, I have a knack for visualizing the structure of things, or blueprints, like I did just now. My old man once saw me imagine and recreate a blueprint. He looked surprised and muttered, "What a useless talent." I don't know, I feel like I can imagine many uses for this talent. Like, you could just make anything? Or rather, at least visualize how to make anything? My special talent appears to be pointless. According to my old man, the fact that I can visualize object structures isn't really helpful. A mage normally wouldn't need to survey an object's entire structure like I do. He claims a mage's struggle is to instantly seek out an object's center, or its core, and transform it as quickly as possible. That's why reading blueprints is a waste of time. Even that only helps seek out areas for magical energy to pass through. And so, fixing broken stuff is one of the only things I'm good at. After all, I don't have to open the entire thing up to find the problem. If I can find the problem quickly, I fix most things as long as I have the know-how to repair it. Though I only do that with things that amateur could reasonably be expected to fix. I guess that's true. It's all point of view, especially for mages, right? All the fucking narration about mages in Kara no Kyokai, Jesus Christ. Like, we just love finding knowledge. We don't give a fuck about anything else. I put away the conductors, pick up the screwdriver and wrench, and head out into the hallway. Oh, hey. A female student is standing next to Issei in the hallway. Point of convergence! I remember this part from the prologue. I'm a little surprised. The girl talking to Issei is Rin Tosaka, second year, Class A. She lives in a giant Western-style mansion up on a big hill, and she is an extraordinary honor student. She's pretty, smart, athletic, no flaws at all. Well, I've been inside her head, I wouldn't say that. She's intelligent and polite, and she never brags about her looks. She's truly the ideal girl to guys, apparently. Which is why the male students treat her like an idol. But Tosaka is just too good, and she's become unattainable. The guys all say the only people who can talk to Tosaka are Issei and the teachers. Well, okay, I'm also a guy, and I'm including myself in the list of her admirers. Tosaka is looking at us, annoyed. I guess rumors are true that Issei and Tosaka don't get along. Whenever Toko speaks, you prepare yourself so you don't zone out. Yeah, it really was like that in the light novel. All the fucking rambling about the Mage Association was the fucking worst. So much of it just like ends up not being relevant at all. I don't need to know. Here, okay, story writing tip, henchbuns, right? World building tip. The only world building that matters is the world building that's directly relevant to the actual plot. All right? That's what I'll say about that. Whoa. Issei is pretty gutsy talking to me and completely ignoring Tosaka like that. Yeah, exactly. Like, a lot of the stuff about the Mage Association is like trying to give context for Araya, but like, all you really needed to say is that Araya's crazy, which is obvious from what he's doing, you know, murdering a bunch of people and then making drone copies of them to learn about death or whatever. Whatever the fuck he was trying to do. The center of the knot or whatever the fuck. You don't need to go all in on explaining for paragraphs upon paragraphs how the Mage Association works. You could just say, we're after him because he broke some of our rules. Right? Easy shit. And I can see what those rules are pretty evidently by the murdering people en masse and making them into drones. I can see why a Mage Association that wants to remain secret would not be okay with that. Like, you know, I can infer some... You can trust the reader a little bit. Anyways. But everybody in this story is mages, so it might make more sense to go more into why the association is the way it is. Right? Everybody in Fate is, like, mage or mage adjacent so far. It's specifically a big mage fight, so... There's only about 30 minutes until homeroom starts. I'll need to hurry and fix it or I'll run out of time. I head to the audio-visual room. Yeah, it's Fortnite. But I realized completely ignoring Tosaka would be. Imagine you try to pull a great warrior for the Holy Grail War and you get fucking Peely. What would Peely's class be? I turned to face her since she's been standing there the whole time.
朝早いんだな、登坂。
I like her big fucking cat-eyed stare. I blurt out the first thing that comes to mind and then follow Issei. I love this is so funny. I love seeing that from Rin's perspective because she's like, whoa, Emi just said that and walked away. He's so weird and mysterious and aloof. And then you see it from Shiro's perspective and you're just like, oh, he just says that because he's autistic and doesn't know what else to say. Another great classic of Nasu writing. Yeah, literally he's just thinking, well, I have to say something or else I'll appear rude. So he's just like, you're here early. Okay, bye. And then yeah, her narration is like, this guy's holding a wrench like he's gonna kill somebody with it. It's exactly 8 o'clock. 5 minutes after the bell for home rings, Fujine will enter the classroom. My breathing is labored since I ran from the audio-visual. I take a deep breath before I take my seat. Alright, this fucker. Fuckboy Supreme. Oh, he quit the club. That's probably why Sakura wanted him to go to the dojo. Wow, okay. Coming on a bit strong, are we? Ah. Standing in front of my desk is Shinji Mato. He's been a friend of mine since middle school. His last name is Mato, and he's Sakura's older brother. He's 1 year older than her. Are you sure you're friends? He doesn't seem very friendly. That's a really good story, Swiderhead. We all have our autism moments, okay? I was too in love with the bread. That's really funny. I'll have to remember that one. Brother, this fucking guy. Is this like friendly rudeness, or does Shiro only say they've been friends for a while? And really just means we fucking hate each other. We used to be friends, now we hate each other. I put my bag on my desk and pulled the chair back. Oh, brother. Your Kyoto Club. You're not even the captain. That other girl is. Yeah, Shiro's trying to be civil, I think. This guy's just a cunt. He is mad. True. And just like that, Shinji heads off to his seat, all self-important bluster as ever. Huh. He does seem moodier than usual. Really? That seemed about how he was earlier. I guess it was because Rin dumped on him, though. We're in the same classroom, brother. It's kind of hard not to overhear. I think Shiro and Issei should kiss.
なんで気を利かすのさ。俺一斉に心配されるようなことをしてないぞ。
He seems into you, Shiro. He's very concerned about you. You're in a good, friendly way.
女どもからは非難の嵐だ。友人をそんな微妙な立場に置くのはよろしくない。
It's an unwinnable place to be.
そっか。言われてみればそうだ。ありがとう、一世。そんなことにはならないだろうけど、今の心配はありがたい。わかればよろしい。だが意外だったぞ。エミヤは怒りやすいくせに。
You know, Henchman's, I'm thinking about fonts. And this font, which is, it seems to be sort of sans serif. Yeah, it's sans serif. It's kind of Calibri. You know, it's obviously that way for readability. It has an outline and everything. Very good for readability. Very nice on the eyes. Well, not too harsh, but a part of me does miss that old school fonts you'd see in older visual novels, like the one used in Tsukihime. That was hard on the eyes, because you'd be looking at it on a CRT and not an HD monitor. It's nostalgic for me, those old fonts. You wouldn't think something like a font could be nostalgic, but this is a very modern font. It's designed for readability on modern monitors and such. Meant to reduce eye strain. She's got a float? I didn't know she could do those archetype Earth 4-way mix-ups. The bell to start homeroom rings. Normally, the homeroom teacher comes into the classroom 5 minutes before homeroom starts, but our teacher isn't what you'd call typical. Homeroom for Class 2C typically starts 1 minute after the starting bell. In other words... How does this always happen? Homeroom starts with the sound of Fujine's shouts and hurried footsteps. The fucking slide-in was pretty good. Gonk. Fujine tumbles, and I hear some kind of unnatural sound. What? Why are we inverting the colors now? Why are we in negative? That's scary. Contrary to the hectic sounds of a few seconds earlier, the classroom is now dead silent. The mood shifts sharply. Oh god, Dio's here. He used the world. Sawarudo! Gonk, is this true? It's no wonder Fujine is called a human roller coaster. But honestly, the way she fell didn't seem like a laughing matter. She hit her dang head. Fujine hit her head against the podium, and she's still lying. Oh my god, she's dead. Seeing her lying there, face down and unmoving, has everyone imagining the worst. What? She's not a fucking rabid animal. She's a mid-20s woman. Which can be like rabid animals, but not in that way. She's not a mimic. Just fucking slap her around a little. The students in the front rows start to get rowdy. Those of us sitting in the middle rows can't see what's going on, so we all stand up to get a look. Brother, she hit her fucking head. She's probably bleeding out. Someone brings up the obvious. But the problem is, how would we get Fujine to get to the infirmary? We're all like comrades in arms after our time dealing with Fujine. Probably nobody's thrilled by the idea of taking a teacher to the infirmary. I like that he calls her Fujine. A brave girl approaches. Fujine isn't moving. The class grows more concerned. Yeah, she can get hit on the head a lot by baseballs.
タイガーが顧問になった日にゃ俺たち甲子園行っちまうぞ。
藤村先生、藤村先生、ダメ。
Fujimura Sensei has died.
おい、お前目の前なんだから起こしてやれよ。やだよ俺。もし死んだら
やだよ俺。Fucking funny ass voice.
だからってほっといたら後が怖いと思うし。
でも誰も近づきたくない。
Will somebody check on this fucking woman?
ねえな。こうなったらあれしかないか。
What are you so afraid of?
あれだね。
Everyone's on the same page, except Shinji and I. We keep quiet because the two of us dared not to be a part of what was about to happen.
せーの。
What? It comes out a whisper, even with so many students speaking in unison. The word tiger is especially inaudible. And yet, which Fujine's previously motionless body reacts.
動いた。効き目ありだぞみんな。
She hates being called tiger that much?
よし続けろ。学校ロートンの刑じゃ。
Everyone is pretty on edge since midterm tests are approaching. It's a terrible idea on their part, but some students start to wave their arms and chant Fujine's nickname.
起きろタイガー。朝だぞ。
先生、起きないと大
Tiger up!
負けるなタイガー。立ち上がれタイガー。
よーし起きろ先生。それでこそタイガーだぜ。
She's so angry. She hates it. That's scary. Like a sudden bolt of lightning striking, Fujine stands valiantly, as if the fall hardly scratched her. Yeah, didn't she... What, didn't they say the nickname came from her used to being in some sport?
ほらほら、始めるから座りなさい。
Alright, I'm normal again. Fujine, back to her normal self, stands at the podium. It appears she recalled nothing between the time she jumped into the classroom and the time she woke up.
おい。タイガー覚えてないんだ。
Yeah, that was it. She used to be really good at kendo, so people called her the tiger.
ラッキー。朝からついてるな俺たち。
I think she has a fucking concussion, guys. I think that's why she can't remember. The students shuffle back to their desks.
今誰か先生のことバカにしなかった？
え、してないっすよ。気のせいじゃないっすか。
そっか、ならよし。じゃあ今朝のホームルームを始めるから、みんなおとなしく聞くように。
Fujine casually starts homeroom. She always goes on digressions between announcements, so it goes slowly.
そういうわけだから、みんなも下校時刻を守るように。
Okay.
門限は6時だから、部活の子たちも長居しちゃダメよ。
Yeah, imagine if you stayed later and a weird man with a big lance showed up tried to kill you.
6時って言ったらすぐじゃんか。タイガ先生、それって運動系は免除されないの？
されません。それと後藤くん、先生のことは藤村先生って言わなくちゃダメなんだ。
Yeah, we're not on a first name basis, buddy.
はーい。以後注意します。
Yeah, I mean, I assume it's both. Her first name, Taiga, sounds like tiger, and she was the kendo tiger. I assume one led to the other. Yoda sits back down. He doesn't seem particularly remorseful. Too easy. When Fujine says she gets mad, she gets mad. Doesn't matter if it's with a teacher or a student. And that is a close to serious a warning it's ever going to give. But Goto doesn't realize it. I love that face. It's a very good face.
3次元目の英語で会おうね。
Fujine waves and leaves. So that was Taiga Fujimura, the teacher of Room 2C. Her nickname? Tiger. That might seem like a joke, but it isn't. She got the nickname because it sounds like her name Taiga, but Fujine hates it. According to her, it doesn't sound feminine. But she got the nickname because of how she acts, so she kind of had it coming. Yeah, if you want people to see you as feminine, maybe don't act like such a goofball. Oh god, it's that teacher with the scary face. This is how you imagine Eva is without child abuse? I can see it. As Fujine exits the room, the first period teacher enters. Because Fujine takes up almost all of the homeroom time, mornings are always like this for our class. Why does that guy have such a fucking scary face? And so, another day of classes ends. There are many types of students. Some immerse themselves in club activities, some hurry home, some hang out in the classroom after class for no particular reason. Some like to see their vampire girlfriends at this evening. I don't really fit in any of those categories.
すまない。ちょっといいか、エミヤ。今朝の続きなんだが、今日は時間あるか。いや、予定はあるといえばあるけど。
It's not as if I don't do anything at all. The biggest reason I quit the Kyudo club in the first place was that I wanted to prioritize my part-time job. It's been 5 years since I started part-time jobs to earn money for living expenses on my own after my old man died. And when you do so many different jobs, there are some requests you just can't say no to. Today is one of them. I was asked to help restock some product for a bar since they wanted as many strong helping hands as they could get. Though I'm sure I don't have to go help. The bar's likely asking everyone as an excuse to gather some folks and hang out afterwards. As bars do, I guess. There are two options. I should... Oh, shit. Should we help out the student council or go to our part-time job? This is curious. Tough one. Maybe I can get these two to kiss if I stay. That's a really compelling argument. Yeah, we should stay and help out the student council so we can kiss Issei. The stuff from this morning is unfinished, so I should at least finish what I started.
予定変更。朝の続きだろ。任せろ。試験が始まる前に備品の修理なんて済ませちまおうぜ。助かる。それでは美術部の患者を見に行くとするか。はいよ。と、人払いはちゃんとしてくれよ。人目があると集中できない。無論だ。他の連中に邪魔はさせぬ。
Extremely hetero thing to say to another man. Keeping up with Issei's brisk pace, I follow him out of the classroom. The sun had long since set by the time we step outside the building. The school gate is already closed. It's 7 o'clock, way past the time they close the gates, but thanks to Issei's help, the two of us avoided trouble.
いや、今日は助かった。必ずこの礼はするから。何かあったら遠慮なく言ってくれ。そうだな。なんかあったら言うよ。まあ、とりわけ何もないとは思うけど。
I didn't help him because I wanted something in return, and I don't think I would ask Issei for anything impossible.
まったく、人が良いのも考えものだな。エミヤがいてくれると助かるが、他の連中にいいように使われる。
Only I can use you for my own.
人助けはいいことだが、もう少し相手を選ぶべきではないか。エミヤの場合、来る人。
It's like you have some sort of complex or something about helping people and fixing things.
そんなに節操ないか、俺。これでは心ないバカどもがいいように利用しようというものだわ。エミヤも忙しい身なのだから、たまには他人の
Issei's just looking out for you,
もよかろう。
as all good heterosexual men do. I honestly can't tell, but I think Issei is concerned for me. Ever since middle school, I've always been told how helpful I am. They never decline requests or ask anything in return. I guess Issei thinks that's unhealthy, but I'm only doing this because I want to. I decline any requests I feel are impossible, but there's no issue. Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure it's okay.
それに人助けは善行だろ。寺の息子が咎めるようなことじゃあるまい。
Yeah, go back to your temple, monk
し
boy.
かしな、エミヤのは度が過ぎるというか、このまま行くと潰れるというか。忠告は受け取っとく。それじゃあまた明日、学校でな。うん。それでは、また明日。
Issei leaves, looking dissatisfied. Issei lives in Ryoto Temple, located on top of a mountain, which means he and I have to go our separate ways. I walk through the still darkened town. It's about 7:30, and when it's 7:30, the spooky music plays. There should still be people out and about at this hour, but there are no signs of anyone around.
そういえば確か。
There was a crime committed in Miyama. A burglar murdered someone, I think. Always with this. It must be why there's no one around, and why the school curfew has been set to 6 o'clock.
ガス漏れに強盗か。物騒なことになってきたな。
We no longer live in a high-trust society. No wonder people are avoiding walking around at night. Probably not safe to let Sakura go home on her own anymore. Fujine might be fine, but Sakura's house is in the residential area on the other side of town. Guess I should walk her home starting tonight. Can't quite believe what I'm seeing. I must be wrong. I sense a presence on the uphill path I was sure was empty. Whoever it is, they're standing still and look to be peering down at me. Sure, that's fine. Whoa! Baby spotted. I unconsciously hold my breath. I didn't expect it to be a baby, hedge funds. I thought it was gonna be that blonde fuckboy Rin saw. A girl with silvery hair smiles and walks down the path without making a sound. And as she passes by... Ah! Not so close. What she says makes no sense. I climb up the hill and reach my house. The lights are already on, which means Sakura and Fujine are home. The moment I step into the living room, I smell the delicious aroma of dinner. Sakura and Fujine are both eating at the table. Tonight's meal is chicken stewed in cream sauce. Ooh, that does sound good. And it's put Fujine in an especially good mood. Yeah, they are enlisting children into the Grail War, I see. I do recognize her now from the anime opening. She was being carried by the big guy. That's hilarious, Swinerhead. I need to. Do you have like a picture of that? I want to see that. Was it during that scene where she like scoots in real close? That's fucking hilarious. They should have kept that. They should have left that in. They didn't know that little babies can just do this. Infinite lolly works. The original bill was fucked. I didn't know that. Maybe I heard it, but like because I wasn't intending to read it at the time, I just kind of blocked it out. That's fucking hilarious, though. Okarinasai. Yeah, you wouldn't think a visual novel could have weird glitches, right? Oh, okay, we've got a link in chat. Let me see. It being like different sprites instead of like just all the same one is really good. That's funny as fuck. Let me see if I can get this on screen. Especially with the words on screen. This is really good. I've got to get this on screen. Everybody's copy of Fate Remastered is personal. It's true. This is really good. It's especially great with the narration going on. Things scuttle all around us. So many little girls. I love the ones of her like throwing her arms up in the air. That's really fucking funny. Right, back to the game. Tadaima!
遅くなってごめんな。もうちょっと早く帰ってくればよかったんだけど。
いいです。ちゃん
A
と
spooky girl scared me on the road.
ちょっと待っててくださいね。すぐ用意しますから。
頼む。手を洗ってくるから、人のおかずを食べないように。
She wouldn't be the... Well, actually, she might be the first. This is before. She wouldn't be the last girl to scuttle around your visual novel like a bug.
はい。きちんと見張っています。
I was thinking of Erica. I go to my room. It's a sparse room compared to the storehouse, but it's still decorated enough, considering I don't have any particular hobbies. Damn, bitch, you live like this? This is a real male living space. What is that one post where it's like, women hate how little it takes for us to be happy? Though most of them are random things Fujine just left. After I wash my hands and change, I head back to see my food on the table.
いただきます。
Itadakimasu.
はい。お口に合えばいいんですけど。
Sakura is as humble as ever. Sakura's cooking skills have vastly improved over the past year. My cooking is no match for her Western foods. My Japanese dishes might be a little better. Neither of us is any good at making Chinese dishes. What a shame. Chinese is the best. I'm glad to know she's improving, but it's also a little depressing when the pupil surpasses her master. It really is. Oishi. The longer you cook chicken, the tougher the meat gets. Which is why you need to take the extra step of grilling the chicken to a crisp to seal in its juices and flavor. This requires exceptional skill, and it's something the clumsy Fujine would never be able to manage. Why are we hitting Fujine with strays right now?
今日のはうまくいったと思うんですけど。
Was that necessary?
文句なし。ホワイトソースも絶妙だ。もう洋物じゃさくらにはかなわないな。
さくらちゃんがご飯作ってくれるようになってからお肉関係が美味しくなった。
Yummers. Fujine, who's been concentrating on her meal until now, pipes up.
ダメよシロ。学生がこんな洋服に帰ってきちゃいけない。
Listen, you can't punish me, you're off the clock. She looked to be in good spirits thanks to Sakura's meal, but the moment she sees my face, her mood turns sour.
もうまた誰かの手伝いをしてたんでしょう。それはそれでいいことだけど、こんな時ぐらいは早く帰ってきなさい。最近物騒だぞってホームルームで言ったじゃない。あれ、シロに倒して言ったんだからね。
Oh damn, she's got your ass, brother.
わざわざホームルームで言わなくても、うちで言えばいいんじゃないの？
ここで言っても聞かないもの。学校でガツン。
Well, he didn't listen there either, apparently.
先生、それは職権乱用というか、公私混同だと思います。
Yeah, watch out for those fucking gas leaks in corporate offices, Hiro. I don't think this is really a problem that concerns him.
シロはダメなのよ。いつも人の手伝いばっかりして損してるからさ。たまにはまっすぐ帰ってきてのんびりしててもいいじゃない、バカチン。
バカチンとはなんだよ、バカチンとは。いいじゃないか。
I love how literally everybody in his life is like, Shiro, you've got to stop burning both ends, helping random people with random tasks. And he's like, actually, helping people is good? I've defeated you in the arena of ideas?
キリツグさんに似たのかな。シロがそんなんじゃお姉ちゃん心配だよ。
You are not my fucking One-chan. You are a mid-20s woman. Get out of here. Seeing Fujine eating so heartily makes me wonder what exactly she's worried about.
内村先生、
昔からそうなの。なんか困ってる人がいたら自分から手を出しちゃうタイプ。けどおせっかいってわけじゃなくて、シロはね、単におませさんなのだ。
Fujine grins menacingly.
余計なこと言ったら怒るぞ。もうさくらもつまんないこと聞くなよ。
Don't ask questions about my complexes. About my youth. I glare at the two. Fujine clicks her tongue in disapproval, but... Wait, she has a coffee cup with a little tiger on it. That's cute. Claims Snapia tiger. Holds many tiger memorabilias. Sakura pressed on like an attentive student.
じゃあ話しちゃおう。これがね、シロは困った人を放っておけない性格なのよ。弱気を助け、強気をくじくってやつ。子供の頃の作文なんてね。
You know, I bet Shiro wouldn't be the first to write when I grow up I want to be a common writer. Quit bringing up the past, Fujine. I can't really jump in though because it's true. Besides, becoming a hero of justice is still my goal. We'll see how that works out. The original fan translation uses superhero. I think hero of justice is more culturally specific. I know what you are.
そりゃ藤姉がいたからだろう。ダメな大人を見てると子供はいろいろ考えるんだよ。悔しかったらちゃんと自分で飯作ってみろ。
You got your ass. Grown ass woman who can't cook trying to criticize me. Fujine is shocked. I thought she would just lower her head and repent, but... No, you can't use this tactic. That shit's not gonna work. She holds out her rice bowl, asking for a third helping of dinner. We relax after dinner, and it's almost 9 o'clock. There's still some time before my evening training. I guess I'll go down. We can walk Sakura home, hang out with Fujine, or rest. We're getting so many options. That's a lot. 3 options is a lot. Shiro did say earlier he wanted to walk Sakura home, so maybe we should do that. I think we should do that. Yeah, let's do that. You vote the MILF. Can't call her a MILF, just she's in her she's like 25 for God's sake. She's not even 30. You only say that because she'd hate it? Alright, fair enough. I haven't thanked Sakura for cooking dinner yet, so I should talk to Sakura. This is why we need to return to delineation, alright? There's Christmas cake is before MILF, alright? This is we need to return to describing some women as Christmas cakes. It's getting late, so I should walk her home. Sakura just finished cleaning up. She's in the living room getting ready to go home. I mean, no. As far as we've seen, Shiro never showers. He must smell. Imagine the fucking smell. He is living like a gamer. Sakura purses her lips awkwardly. Did I say something wrong?
ごめんなさい。気持ちは嬉しいんですけど。
Oh shit, rejected.
休んでいてください。家までだったら慣れてますし、一人でも大丈夫ですから。
I feel like sweat, rust, and oil are pretty typical voicemail.
いや、それはそうだろうけど、最近物騒だろ。しばらくは家まで送っていくよ。
Yeah, one person got murdered in a burglary before. We gotta shut everything down.
その、兄さんに見つかると、
Oh, really?
先輩にまで迷惑がかかる。
Issei is a... No, not Issei, sorry. The other one. Blue Boy. He's a bitch. I forgot. Sakura's older brother, Shinji, that was it. Shinji doesn't like Sakura coming over to my place. He can't say much because Sakura says she goes to Fujine's house, but really, my house is basically Fujine's house. But me taking her home might cause problems. I don't care if Shinji accuses me of something I didn't actually do, but I don't want him taking it out on Sakura.
けど、途中までならいいだろう。交差点あたりまでなら、シンジと会うこともないし。
We don't know that. Sakura is uncomfortably silent. Knowing Sakura, she probably couldn't even lie about the fact that I walked her home.
それじゃあ、
私が送っていこっか。
An English teacher wearing tiger stripes suddenly pokes her head through the door.
ダメだよ。そんなの本末転倒じゃないか。女の子が夜で歩くから危ないっていうのに。
Two girls are stronger than one, Shiro. Wait a minute. Calling Fujine a girl may be a bit of a misnomer. There is a reason Fujine is the teacher in charge of the Kyoto Club. She was trained by old man Fujimura in Kendo, and her 5th rank designation makes her deadly, literally and figuratively.
しねえなら大丈夫か。時間が出ても撃退できるだろうし。
That's true. She knows her skills. She's trained in martial arts. Just give her a stick and she'll kendo beat your ass.
できるよ。だからさくらちゃんを送っていくのも問題なし。それでいい？さくらちゃん。
はい。藤村先生がよろしいのでしたら。
決まりだね。それじゃあ行こっか。私も今日はそろそろ帰ろうかなって思ってた。
So then I wonder if choosing to hang out with Fujimura would have led to this outcome as well, where she was like, I'm gonna take Sakura home. Fujine takes Sakura's hand and starts to leave.
ちょっと待った、さくら。
何ですか、先輩。
She can raging demon. I was imagining her doing some last blade shit.
試し、うまかったよ。
Or some Samsho shit. Hello, Gamma. I almost said something, but I've chosen peace for the moment. Gamma Chris? Enjoying the quirky older woman? Who knows? Sakura beams and leaving. I'm sorry, I gave up on choosing peace. I can tell my cheeks are burning red. Honestly, Sakura takes me by surprise a lot. It's perplexing. Time sure flies. Not so long ago, she was just my friend's little sister. Now I find sometimes I can't quite look away from her. I'm so pathetic. Oh, this Shiro guy is growing on me, I must say. I've always thought of Sakura as being like family, but I can't seem to readily accept this change. Girls are scary! I'm Shiro, and I'm scared of girls. And that is how my day ends. Just before midnight, Shiro Emiya must perform the daily routine of utilizing Magecraft. I cross my legs, take my position, and regulate my breathing. I try to empty my mind. I ignore everything around me and turn my focus inward. What? Is that your henshin phrase? I mutter the familiar incantation as if putting myself in a spell. No, this is a kind of hypnosis. With no magic crest and no magical knowledge, the incantation I mutter is really just a way to focus myself and change my body. Typically, humans do not have any lines which allow magical energy to pass through their body. To temporarily change my body to create a pseudo version of the lines, I need enough concentration to unify my entire... Chris Wolfhard! Thanks for the raid, Chris, my good friend, my beloved OG song. I hope you were playing Final Fantasy V earlier. I like Final Fantasy. That's the wrong button. We're not rating. Don't do that. Don't leave. I wanted to shout out. There we go. Thanks, Chris. I hope you enjoyed your 4-job fiesta-ing. That's always fun. Final Fantasy V is a good time. I'm reading Fate Stay Night for the first time. So this has been entertaining. You got Dancer? Oh, it's fucking Jover, brother. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you got Dancer in the gacha poll. It's that old joke, right? Most jobs in Final Fantasy V are good. Sorry, I'm chewing. Most jobs in Final Fantasy V are good and useful, and you can mix and match their skills to snap that game over your knee. Except Dancer. I guess you get to see Bart's in that slutty outfit, though. Anyways, yes, I am Haitian Schwartz, leader of the Rose Rabbit Army. I'm reading Fate Stay Night for the very first time in my life, so no spoilers, of course. I don't know. I feel like I know as little about Fate as anyone reading it for the first time can in 2026. Which is to say, I know a variety of things from cultural osmosis, but without any context. Shiro was saying some bullshit about magic. Yeah, it's about a sleepover. It's about a fortnight. It's Magic Fortnite. To temporarily change my body to create a pseudo version of the lines, I need enough concentration to unify my entire physical and nervous system. So, you know, like I said, some bullshit about magic. Uh-oh. I clicked on the wrong thing. Magecraft is a battle with yourself. For example, I insert a burning steel rod into my backbone. That sounds bad. I don't think you should do that. The steel rod itself is the one and only magic circuit I can prepare for myself. By passing this deep within my body and connecting it with other nerves, I can finally be a mage. This is not a metaphor! I'm literally doing this! You know, I think it's always really funny. This is like the reverse of what most visual novels do, where they say out loud, this is a metaphor. In this case, this is a rare case where it's not a fucking metaphor. I am literally setting my spine on liquid magma fire. And if you look closely, a series of metal rods, which cannot be normally seen or touched, pierce my backbone. That seems bad. If you say so, Kiritsugu Emiya was a mage. He was a true mage who disciplined himself in a wide variety of mystics, plumbed by the deeper secrets of the world and its workings, and even performed miracles. And as a young child, I admired Kiritsugu and begged him to teach me magecraft. But you can't just become a mage. You have to be born with talent and inherit a tremendous amount of knowledge. I obviously never had that inborn talent, and Kiritsugu never imparted any knowledge about magecraft to me. I was told it wasn't necessary for me. Something like that. I still don't understand what he meant by that. But it didn't matter to me as a child. I always thought learning magecraft would bring me that much closer to being like Kiritsugu. I was blessed neither with talent, that is, an abundance of magic circuits within me, nor was generations of magecraft knowledge handed down to me. The magecraft Kiritsugu possessed, the magic crest passed down from the Emiya family, can only be passed down to a blood relative. A magic crest, which is proof one is a mage, rejects any not blood-related. As an adopted son, I could not receive the Emiya's family crest. Then again, since I honestly don't have any idea what the hell a magic crest even is, it doesn't matter much whether I had one or not. Wow, Kiritsugu really didn't tell those kids shit. It's just a matter of gaining the ability. If I want to be a mage, I just have to learn magecraft that suits the traits that I do have. Magecraft is, taken to its extreme, a skill supposedly meant to release magical energy. You could say that magical energy is a life force. Magical energy is separated into two sources: mana, which comes from the world's atmosphere, and odd, which is created within living creatures. I assume I pronounce it that way, I don't know. Obviously, mana, which comes from the world itself, is superior to odd. The sheer power of the world's mana is simply not even comparable to the odd one human can create. No matter the form it takes, magecraft utilizing mana will always surpass anything created from an individual's odd. So a powerful mage is one who excels at drawing magical energy from the world. It's a lot like a filtration system. A mage will use their own body's circuits to draw in mana from outside and convert it into something usable. Mages call the circuits they use to accomplish this magic circuits. This is the inborn talent part. The number of magic circuits one has is determined at the moment of birth. Typically, humans hardly have any magic circuits. They're normally quite rare. That's why mages will spend generations trying to ensure their descendants have a body more suitable for magic. Some families even go as far to practice selective breeding in order to increase the number of magic circuits in their children. Uh-oh, eugenics! And since I was raised in a normal family, I never had a chance of having much in the way of magic circuits. That left me only one option. According to Kuritsugu, everyone is well suited to one specific form of magecraft. He also said something about drawing out magical energy based on a person's origin, but I never quite understood that part. It's the Lord Aranoki. It's back. What I do understand is that even someone like me can use at least one form of magecraft. If I can do that, then maybe I can be like Kuritsugu. And that's why I've only learned this one magecraft. That was 8 years ago. After a lot of thought, Kuritsugu took me on as his disciple, though he never seemed to be happy about it. Thank you, Rudolph. Origins were important in Karanoki Yokai, at least a little bit. It was important for Leo. I guess I knew no fear as a child. Kiritsugu smiled bitterly, placing a hand atop my head as I nodded enthusiastically. Oh no, not conflict. Some sort of conflict between 7 guys. Oh yeah, an Enjo. I guess Kiritsugu didn't want me to, but I didn't care about that. I admired Kiritsugu, not mages. As long as I can be the sort of person who lives to help others like Kiritsugu on that day of fire and nightmare. Ow, my brain. Don't think about the trauma. It hurt my brain. I got distracted. I feel the uncomfortable sensation of the iron rod in my backbone moving where it shouldn't. So, he really did that. There's literally metal rods in his spine. This is not a metaphor. Oh, this seems bad. Losing control of my breathing now would be fatal. The pseudo-magic circuits would overwhelm my body and shred it to pieces. That seems bad. And that would be the end of me. Shiro Emiya would simply be a novice who died because he failed at an elementary step. Just, yeah, use your breathing exercises. That'll help with the metal rod in your spine. Yeah, like, I guess this is that natural talent thing he was talking about. Rin has magic circuits, so using magic only hurts a bit. For Shiro to use magic at all, he has to insert metal sticks into his spine. I grit my teeth and try to recover my connection. After pain like walking through a storm of needles, the iron rod finally sinks deep within my body and fuses with it. That seems bad too. None of this seems healthy. I've been working on this for a little over an hour. And after all that time, I'm finally able to create one pseudo-circuit. A circuit capable of creating magical energy using my own self. Shiro is so awesome, followed by the comment, Shiro's is so fucked up. I guess two things can be true. All that's left is to allow the magical energy to flow naturally. Shiro Emiya is no mage. He's just a user of magecraft. He can only create magical energy within his body and channel it into objects. And that's why I can only do one thing with this magecraft, which is
構成材質解明
enhancing objects. It's just strengthening magecraft, where I apprehend an object's structure and channel magical energy to temporarily reinforce its abilities.
基本骨子変更
I hold a broken iron pipe. I pass magical energy through it to execute the most basic magecraft, to enhance its durability. Passing magical energy into something other than yourself is like mixing poison. My blood is a far cry from the blood of an iron pipe. Forcing an entirely different sort of blood through an object may well destroy it rather than enhance it. To prevent that from happening, I need to properly understand an object's structure, pass magical energy into it between the small vacant spaces. Composition.
構成材質
Oh, he's gonna say it. There we go.
補強
This may be easy for a skilled mage, but since I have a hard time generating magical energy in the first place, even a task like this is as difficult as shooting an arrow and hitting a target several hundred meters from you. Well, you used to be in Kyoto. Maybe it's not that hard. A typical archery target is 28 meters away. Alright, well, never mind. So it goes without saying how hard it would be to hit a target at 10 times that distance. My body temperature suddenly plummets. The fiery pillar passing through my backbone disappears, and my lungs seize in desperate need of oxygen. If it goes without saying, why say it? He's a writer. My back arches in an effort to keep me from passing out.
あーくそまた失敗か
You suck at this, actually, Shiro. I'm sorry. The iron pipe is unchained. Magical energy I pass into it appears to have dispersed.
元から形があるものに手を加えるのはきつい
What I'm attempting to do is like adding an extra brushwork to a completed work of art. Adding something extra to a completed object raises the risk of compromising the object's integrity. The paintbrush, hoping to improve, may actually devalue that work instead. Oh yeah, like that painting of Jesus. Which is why, despite its simplicity, strengthening magecraft is so difficult. Not many mages willingly use it. And it's not that I chose this, but it's really all I can do. It would be much easier if I could make something from shapeless clay, but a substitute that just recreates its form is all show and substance. Which explains all the junk around. Whenever I fail at strengthening magecraft, I try to make substitute objects to practice and calm down on. They all end up empty. I can visualize the structure of an object easily, and I can recreate something very similar. But it's hollow, and obviously doesn't function at all. Like 3D printing. I wipe the sweat off my brow. I realize I'm absolutely dripping with sweat. If this is as bad as it got, I should consider myself lucky. But what happened earlier was really bad. Had I taken even a second longer to recover, my internal organs would probably be much about it. That does sound bad.
上達するならまだ見込みがあるんだけどな
But nothing comes that easily. At the same time, my fear of death will stand in the way of improving my magecraft. Learning magecraft means courting death at every turn. Even rudimentary, everyday magecraft can spin wildly out of control from a single mistake ending the caster's life. This does not seem like a healthy pastime. Hiritsugu always looked sad whenever he brought that up. Maybe it was his way of saying that he didn't want me getting into any of this.
誰かを助けるということは誰かを助けないということ正義の味方
I guess that's true.
とんでもないエゴイストなんだか
Can't save them all. That's why heroes are stupid. That's why you must become a villain today. Do whatever you want. Give up on saving people. You'll never do it. Kiritsugu always said that whenever I mentioned wanting to be like him. I still don't know what he meant by that. All I'm certain of is that I want to save people. To be a hero of justice, like Kiritsugu Emiya. The thing Kiritsugu Emiya specifically said he wasn't. He said he wasn't a hero of justice, but I didn't believe him. He must have been.
同じ方がうまくいかないんだもんな。なんでいざって時に雑念が入るんだ。バカ。
It's not enough for me to just grasp at the object's structure visually. A skilled mage would be able to focus only on the crucial areas and efficiently channel magical energy. My dream is to become a hero of justice. I remember what Fujine mentioned at dinner. I never really thought of that goal as embarrassingly possible. That Shiro Emiya will succeed Kiritsugu Emiya has already been decided. That's why I've been doing everything I can, despite how sorely I lack in experience. I don't know exactly what it means to be a hero of justice. But because I don't know, I've trained myself to be the best of my ability, in hopes I'll be useful to somebody. I haven't taken my eye off that goal these past 5 years. But whenever things go wrong like this, I start to have doubts.
点でわからないよ、親父。
Yeah, this seems pointless. I think you should just stop.
何をすれば正義の味方に
I think you should find another career. I look up at the sky through a window. It's not just about being good for someone out of the blue. Saving someone and being a hero of justice are two different things. I know that, but what do I have to do to differentiate them? I have yet to understand the crucial concept for the past 5 years. I will. I will save. That seems fine. Yeah, I've just been lighting my spine on fire for every night for 5 years and accomplished nothing. I should keep doing it though. February 1st. I awake to darkness. I guess I'm not much for dreaming. Unless something big happens, I always have the same dream anyway. I always envision a sword. I have no idea why, but that's the only thing that pops into my head. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Perhaps this is what defines me as well. Me, as Shiro Emiya. I don't have any dreams of my own. The only things on my mind while I sleep are what others taught me long ago. For example, on how to be a mage. Even if I'm not a full-fledged mage, it's only natural for a mage to be aware of the world they're in. Put simply, a mage is an irregular and outcast from society. Is that digging for diamonds mean? Yeah. 99% of mages give up before they cast magic from the rod in their spine. Hang on, I'm chewing on a snack again. Yummy. 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 Snack swallowed. But even outcasts need to band together to survive. My old man told me there is a society of mages called a Mages Association. He also told me I should never get involved with them. Yeah, they're all assholes. The Mages Association is said to conceal the existence of magecraft and manage mages. The Mages Association watches over mages and makes sure their magecraft doesn't affect society. But the strange thing is that they don't really prohibit mages from abusing magecraft either. Yeah, they let that one guy kill a whole apartment complex. According to Kiritsugu, the Mages Association is only interested in concealing mystics. Even if, say, a mage carried out an experiment that Okay, I'm allowed to reference it. You're not. Let's say a lot of citizens, the association wouldn't punish them. Their priorities are expressly in preventing the public from becoming aware of magecraft, which does not mean magecraft is completely banned. Honestly, anything goes as long as the truth doesn't. At least that seems to be how that insane bunch conducts themselves. Whatever it is, the Mages Association's surveillance is absolute. Typical magecraft research sacrifices the lives of ordinary humans, which in turn risk revealing the existence of magecraft to the world. As such, the Mages Association doesn't permit research that would harm society. Ultimately, mages conduct their research in the privacy of their homes, while the world is none the wiser. You think that I'm the only Fate reader in the last 10 years that has read Kara no Kyoke? I've got another one for you. I think I'm the only Fate reader who's read. So mages sometimes go into hiding to escape the association's scrutiny and oversight. So there may be some mages living in this town, and I just don't know them. I also hear Fuyuki is a spiritual hotspot of sorts. That probably means there's some prestigious mage with a storied history living here. She might be closer than you think. They're called Second Owners, elite mages the association entrusts to watch over territory. Other mages who live in the same area must visit these Second Owners first to get permission to build their workshops. My old man was an outlaw who cut ties with the association and moved here without the consent of Fuyuki's second owner. So in a way, our family is a bunch of trespassers living in a house without permission from the landlord. Much like landlords, maybe we should kill all second owners. Which means the second owner doesn't know that Kiritsugu Emiya was a mage. So I tend to feel like our family's status as magic is kind of unclear. But then my old man, the bona fide mage, died. And even though I'm his disciple and son, I don't know a thing about the Mages Association, and have no real knowledge about being a mage. I have a feeling the association wouldn't want to dispose of someone like me, but they haven't made any sort of move. Apparently, the Mages Association doesn't have many eyes in Japan, so that's probably why I haven't been found yet. What a great convenience. That they're not watching Japan, even after 30 years of mages fucking around in Japan. We had vampires, we had that guy that killed the whole apartment complex, whatever, it's fine. But that doesn't mean I can let my guard down. The eyes of the Mages Association are said to be everywhere, and if someone commits a crime using magecraft, the church's heretic hunters will make their move. I guess the church and the Mages Association are opposed. Yeah, trust. Oh my god, the fucking characters. Oh my god, I hated that shit. I hated reading that shit. Don't worry. The universe will just decide this is bad and make it stop. Except when it doesn't. Fucking stupid. Whatever. I'm just gonna hope it doesn't come up again. Using magecraft, however half-assed you may be about it, makes you enemies. So with all that in mind, I honestly just want to study being a mage on my own. God, the counterforce is so stupid. I wake up as the sunlight starts to pour in through the window. Toko, yeah, that shit was stupid. Must be the counterforce that's the reason you're Toko, and not like that you know and want to stop it because it's bad. It's the counterforce. Looks like the sun's just now coming up. It's still dark out. Fucking counterforce is so stupid. I get up, trying not to let the morning cold discourage me. Quickly fold up my... Yeah, he did. I know. I read it. I remember he was like, you're here because of the counterforce? That means you're not here because that means... It's 5:30. I've always been an early riser, no matter how late I go to bed. I might mess up once in a while, like yesterday. That's rare. I let Sakura do all the work yesterday, so it would look kind of bad if I didn't return this favor this morning. I should hurry up and finish making breakfast before Sakura comes. Brekkie fast. I cook rice and make miso soup. Yesterday, the soup had daikon, radish, and carrots, so I'm making onion and potato miso soup. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good, actually. I make the egg omelet and use the leftover konnyaku to simmer it with bonito flakes. I make incisions into the soury fish, which will be the main dish, and sprinkle it with a little salt. All I have to do is to broil it, but that can wait until the last minute. It's almost 6. I finished earlier than expected, so I have some time on my hands. So what should I do with this extra time? Oh, is this another... Okay, this is not another choice. This is not another visual novel choice. Morning exercise is my daily routine, so I might as well do some light workouts. The hushed atmosphere of an empty dojo encourages one to focus. And in the morning, just as the sun rises, its serenity makes the mood even more sacred, enthralling whoever visits the site. There's only one thing I do here. Ever since my old man died, the dojo has turned into just a gym to train my body. Training to be a mage means I can't neglect training my body. One of the conditions of being a mage is maintaining yourself at your physical peak. When Kiritsugu was still alive, he and I sparred often. Well, more that he just kicked my ass every time, so I never really learned how to win myself. But at least I learned the difference between a fight and a battle. In other words, I learned the difference between killing and beating an opponent, and how to conduct myself in each situation. Okay, I feel like you can kind of know that innately, but sure, knowledge and experience are different. Without the knowledge to know the difference, it's hard to tell if you've gotten yourself into a fight or a massacre. It's as simple as that. Learning magecraft means that there is a risk of perishing on your own, as well as the risk of having to fight. And to mages, that means killing each other. That's why Kiritsugu wanted to teach me that I must always be ready to face death. But the person reminding me of that lesson is long gone. So the only thing I can do alone is some simple exercises. After I stretch to warm up, I focus on my inner strength and begin my exercises. Working out. We are going to pump you up. As I train my body, I assess how my magic circuits affect my blood flow, my skeletal frame's creaking, the fatigue I feel, and how much that all distracts my thoughts. That's a lot. Even simple 170 push-ups. That's a lot, man. Even simple push-ups can train my magic circuits as long as I focus on my mental state rather than putting physical weights on my body. With no proper mentor teaching me magecraft, morning training is no different than what most sports clubs do. They have become very important. That's a lot of push-ups. I hope you do other things. You should do other exercises than just push-ups. Yeah, like a shower. Something we've still not seen Shiro engage in. Sakura is clearly eager in her reply. And coming in behind the ever-dependable Sakura... I still like her tiger cup very much. You know what, that is fair, Gamma. Learning magic is all about inserting hot metal rods into your spine. Learning how to exercise is just doing push-ups forever. I'm starting to think Shiro's the kind of guy who just brute forces everything. I appreciate your honesty, Gavin. I need to grill the prepared fish, however. Is it really important? This guy's serious. This guy's serious about this stuff. Sakura reaches far to take out the plates. As she reaches out, I think I see a faint bruise on the back of her hand. Uh-oh. The only thing more important to Shiro than trying to learn magic by inserting hot metal rods into his spine. Woman's pain.
その手首のあざ、なんだ
She averts her eyes, looking uneasy. Her reaction makes how she got the bruise clear.
またシンジか。あいつ。
That's fucking... Okay, alright, we're just dropping this now, I guess.
違います先輩。
I thought... You're sure you said he was your friend earlier, Shiro?
私鈍いでしょ。
Oh, the classic. I fell down some
だからよ
stairs.
く転んで怪我ばっかりしてるんです。
バカ。転んだぐらいでそんなあざがつくか。信じたやつ。
Gotta go kill this
どうや
guy.
らまだ殴られ足りないみたいだな。
ダメです先輩。これ本当に兄さんは
I don't believe you.
私が一人で怪我をしただけなんですから、先輩に怒ってもらう資格なんてありません。
Sakura falls silent. Sakura may seem docile, but she's surprisingly stubborn. It's no use saying anything to her now.
わかった。さくらがそう言うんならそういうことにしておく。
I'll just go beat up Shinji on my own.
はい。ごめんなさい、先輩。
だからどうしてそこでさくらが謝るんだ。悪いのはシンジだろう。
The moment I say Shinji's name, Sakura awkwardly looks away. It can only mean he's the cause of the bruise on her hand. Shinji Mato has a bad habit of treating his younger sister like crap. I would say that is a bad habit, yes. I noticed it about a year ago. Every now and then I'd see Sakura injured, and she always made excuses when I asked her what happened. When I asked Shinji about it, he revealed to my shock that he'd been the one who hit Sakura. Oh, okay. I asked why, and he told me it was because she'd done something he hadn't liked. I got pretty pissed off, so I did to Shinji what he'd done to Sakura. We haven't been on great terms since then.
先輩、
He's a very matter-of-fact guy, this Shiro.
仲直りしてくれましたか？
ああ、したよ。別に初めから喧嘩なんてしてないから、仲直りも何もないけどな。
This is bizarre.
先輩にとってはそうでしょうけど、兄さんにとっては喧嘩をしたことになるんです。
I get the feeling Shinji will think this no matter what. What Sakura says strikes me as odd.
気をつけろってシンジを？
はい。兄さん、先輩を目の敵にしてるって聞きました。先輩が退部するようになったのも兄さんのせいだって。
それは違う。部活を辞めたのはシンジとは関係ない。いや、そりゃ多少はあったかもしれないけど、そんなのはさくらが気に病むことじゃないぞ。確かにシンジの言う通りちょっと見苦しいからな、これは。
I point at my left shoulder. There's a little scar there. It happened about a year and a half ago. Something fell on me during one of my jobs, injuring my left shoulder. I ended up with just a broken bone, but I also came away with a burn to my shoulder. After the accident, I quit the Kyoto Club. Our school's Kyoto Club, out of respect for formalities, allows students to perform sacred shooting rituals. Male students participating in this expose their left shoulder. Shinji pointed out that it may be disrespectful for someone performing a sacred shot to expose a scar. And since I was getting busy with my various jobs, I decided to quit the club. That was it. That's all that happened. We promise. That's all there was to it.
しつこいようですけど、本当にもう弓は引かないんですか？藤村先生も怪我なんて支障はないって言ってるのに。
何を平和な。藤姉は全身骨折しようが。
It's true, she probably would.
先輩、私真面目な話をしているんです。
I know I should give her a serious answer, but unfortunately, I can't give the Sakura the answer she's looking for.
当分は部活をしている余裕はないよ。弓は好きだけど、優先するべきことじゃないし、しばらくは間を取ろうと思う。
I have to work. I have to make money.
しばらくってどのくらいですか？
気が向 桜が卒業するぐらいまでには
Then you could be my live-in
そ
wife.
の時はよろしくな、桜。
This guy really doesn't know how to talk to girls. I pat Sakura's shoulder.
私その時をお待ちしています。
She nods so violently it looks like she might drop the plates. I guess it worked on her, though. Those lines worked on her. It's almost 7:30. Sakura and Fujine have long since left the house for their morning club activities. I went to school early yesterday because Issei asked me to, but I leave the house at the usual time today. Yoroshiko? Uh-oh. I noticed something strange as I walked down the hill towards the intersection. Several police cars are parked in front of a house. Something must have happened since a crowd has gathered. There are easily 20 people watching. I'm curious, but that mass of people prevents me from finding out what's happening. I don't have much time, so I should hurry to school. Yeah, we gotta get out of here. It's the fuzz. Remember, henchbuns, never talk to police about your association with the Rose Rabbit Army. Don't say anything, in fact. As a lawyer once said, shut the fuck up. I make it to school 10 minutes before the first bell. As I cross through the gate with plenty of time as usual. Oh, it's her. I run into a familiar student.
なんだ、まだ着替えてないのか、三つ釣り。もうすぐホームルームだぞ。俺に挨拶。
That's the attitude I like to see, Kendricks.
いや、ごもっとも。相変わらず釣れない野郎だね、エミヤは。
I don't know what's so funny, but she laughs heartily, not caring about her surroundings. This is Ayako Mitsuzuri. Yeah, I remember. She and Rin were like flirting at the beginning of the game. She's been a classmate of mine since we were first years, and she's currently the captain of the Kyoto Club. She's an unbelievably insightful person, and it was expected that she would be the team's next captain first year with them. Ms. Tsuzuri is a precocious sort, and people have always had high hopes for her, and even leaned on her ever since she was a first year. Then again, she gets mad whenever someone mentions that in front of her, claiming she doesn't look as old as people think. You better not be thinking about my age. That's rude to women.
そんなものは漏らさない。あくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけだ。それで気を悪く。
お、言うじゃん。いいね。正直に答えるくせに何をどう考えてたかは口にしないんだもの。エミヤ、シンジと違って隙がないな。
Backhanded insult toward Shinji.
シンジ？なんでそこに
You wouldn't like to know Shinji's true self anyways.
なんでも何も、あんたとシンジって友人じゃない。
I don't know about that.
シンジの男友達ってあんただけでしょ。それにお忘れでしょ。
They really just seem to kind of hate each other.
首相なの。うちの問題児とやめちまった問題児をくっつけるのは自然な流れだと思わない？
Like, he beats up his sister, man.
まあ確かに。
I guess she doesn't know that, though.
弓道部ってのは関係ないけど、俺とあいつは腐れ縁だからな。
あ、カチンときた。あんたね、弓道部の話になると急に冷たくなるでしょ。いいご身分よね。シンジをほっぽっといて、自分はさっさと退場しちゃうんだから。後に残された。
Well, I know Shinji definitely didn't like it.
少しは考えてくれてもいいんじゃない？
シンジのやつ、またなんかやったのか？
When isn't he?
あいつが何もやらない日なんて。
Exactly, sister.
まあ、それにしても昨日のはちょっとやりすぎか。1年の男子が1人辞めたぐらいだから。
Mitsuzuri sighs gravely. Seeing her look so serious is rare to begin with, but the rest of her story is particularly alarming.
なんだよそれ。部員がや
I don't know, Shinji probably did something in Kanti. And not in the good way of Kanti.
シンジのやつが八つ当たりしたのよ。わざわざ女子を集めてね、夢を持ったばかりの子にシャをさせて、的中するような笑い物にしたの。
What a dick.
はあ？お前、そんな馬鹿げたことも見過ごしてたってのか？見過ごすか？けどさ、
Yeah, I guess she just wasn't there.
それはそうだな。にしても何考えてんだシンジのやつ。必要以上に厳しく教えることはあっても素人を見せ物にするようなやつじゃないだろう。
呆れた。エミヤっては本当にあれだ。
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like,
今お前
I don't know, it's weird.
そう漏らさなかったか。
あら、私はあくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけさ。それで気を悪くするのは
I don't really understand Shinji and Shiro's relationship.
ついさっき聞いたような
Because
こと
it's
を
like,
して
obviously Shiro's upset about how he treats his sister, and he decked him one
いや
once.
それより
But
シンジはどうしたんだよ。
they still like,
なんだってそんな真似をしたんだ。
I mean, I guess they kind of have to because they go to the same school. They still kind of hang out.
聞いた話じゃ、遠坂にこっぴどく振られたとかなんとか。
It's strange.
遠坂ってあの遠坂か。
Yeah, she got his ass.
うちの学校にあれ以外の遠坂なんていないでしょ。2年 A 組の優等生、ミスパーフェクト。
Miss Perfecto.
いや
I didn't expect her to say it in English. That's funny. But it fits. It's no surprise Shinji got rejected. He's a dick after all. And knowing Tosaka, she probably had some pretty harsh insults to go with the rejection.
ともかく、シンジのやつは昨日からずっとその調子よ。おかげで私もこんな時間まで道場で目を光らせてたってわけ。
シンジのやつ変にこらえが効かない時があるからな。
Good luck.
三つ釣り
He's taking out all his anger on first years.
はいはい。けどね、シンジって懲りないでしょ。また遠坂に声をかけて振られた日には、今度こそ遠坂本人に何かしそうでさ。
いや、いくら信じても振られた相手には近寄らないだろう。あいつそのあたりはちゃんとしてるぞ。
けど相手が近寄ってくるんだからしょうがないじゃない。遠坂さ、なんか知らないけど、うちの道場よく見学に来るのよ。
I just don't know why Tosaka comes by to the dojo to watch me so often. So weird. We just don't know why. That's news to me. Rin Tosaka doesn't participate in any club activities because her family forbids it or something. She even turned down nominations to be a member of the student council. So I always thought she went straight home after school.
たまにはそれもいいか。あいつもお高く止まってるし、一度ぐらいは痛い目に遭うのもいいかもね。お気の毒様っていうか。
It's true, that boy needs to be humbled. We need to humble this lad. Mitsuzuri has a weird way of looking at this. Now that I think about it, they say that Rin Tosaka has a lot of enemies. I wonder if Mitsuzuri is one of them, too? No, not that. Another thing. A secret third thing.
あ、そろそろ時間だ。じゃあね、エミヤ。今度私の弓の調子見に来てよ。
Mitsuzuri hastily runs off.
相変わらずだな、あいつ。
I never minded just how forthright she always is. I feel a bit more at ease and head towards the classroom. You ever notice how all Japanese schools and visual novels look the same? It's lunchtime. Our school has quite the cafeteria, and most of the students eat lunch there. But there are some old-fashioned students who still bring their own lunches, including myself and the student council president sitting in front of me.
エミヤ、その唐揚げを一つくれないか。俺の弁当には圧倒的に。
Just sharing food with another boy.
いいけど、なんだってお前の弁当ってそう質素なんだ、一世。いくら寺だからって酒も肉も
As boys do.
なんて教えがあるわけでもないだろう。何を時代錯誤なことを。これは単に親父殿の趣味だ。小坊主に食わす贅沢はない。悔しいのなら己。
I don't think chicken is a luxury, man. It's just something to eat.
今からでも天祖になるか。俺も考えどころだ。
Yeah, you'd fit right in.
あのじいさんなら確かに。
Issei's father is the priest at Ryudo Temple, a larger-than-life figure who's also friends with Fujine's grandfather, the Yakuza man. Anyone who gets along with old man Fujimura can't possibly be normal.
それはそれは。じゃあいつか恩返しを期待して一つ。
I pass my bento box to him.
いやいや、ありがたく。これも托発の修行なり。
Just two boys sharing a bento. Issei bows deeply. I honestly question whether I should be reminded that he's the son of the priest at times like this.
あ、そういえばエミヤ、朝方2丁目の方で騒ぎがあったのを知っているか。ちょうどエミヤと別れるあたりの交差点だが。交差点？
Could it be the same intersection where I saw all the police cars this morning?
なんでもな。殺人があったそう。
Another murder?
詳細は知らないが、
How
4
scary.
人中助かったのは子供だけらしい。両親と姉は刺殺されたというが、その凶器が包丁やナイフではなく、
Tell me, was this weapon exactly 2 meters long? A long weapon? Does he mean a sword or something? If it's a murder, then that weapon killed the parents and the older sister. I can't help but imagine it. Someone sneaks in the house late at night. Unreasonable violence. A horrible nightmare the victim neither imagined nor wished for. Like a traffic accident. The parents are slaughtered. The older sister falls victim without knowing what is happening. A lone child hidden in the shadows is covered in their family's blood. See, the difference between Shiro and Shiki is that Shiki would be describing this and getting hard.
いっせ、それ、犯人は捕まったのか？捕まってはいないようだな。信徒の方では欠陥工事による事故。こちらでは辻切りめいた殺人事件だ。学校の門限が早まるのも当然。どうしたエミヤ？喉に飯でも詰まったか？別に。何もないけど、なんだよ。
That's true, Pygray. Yeah. Also crying and throwing up.
いや、エミヤが厳しい顔をしていたのでな。
Emiya just gives you the fluoride stare.
食事時の話ではなかったな。
Issei apologizes and tries to lighten the mood. I actually don't mind topics like this and didn't realize I was looking so severe. And then, there's a gentle knock on the student council room's door. Oh god, it's that teacher with the scary face. Why does he look like that? Why is his sprite smaller than Issei's?
何ですか、先生。
Mr. Kazuki enters, and Issei steps over to him to have a quiet conversation. It must be a casual student council matter, since Issei looks relaxed. It's something I don't see every day. Issei is surprisingly shy. He keeps his distance from classmates and even teachers, but for some reason he's warmed up to the student council advisor, Mr. Kazuki. Oh, this is just like one of my favorite yaoi manga, Dokyusei. Tsuchiro Kizuki is the homeroom teacher for Class 2A, and he's very serious and kind of weird. Some part of what is probably why he and Issei get along so well. The two continue to talk. As I watch them, I can't stop thinking about the murder. I just love thinking about murders, what can I say? Classes end and it's time to go home. I can't wander around because I have work today. I shouldn't do anything at school. I should head straight to the neighboring town, but... Maybe the morning's conversation bothered me more than I realized. The next thing I know, I'm at the Kyoto Club. Mitsuzuri said Rin Tosaka frequently visits. Well, I hadn't thought of that, but I think it's a problem if Shinji got violent against Tosaka. I don't know about that. I feel like he'd fall over pretty easily. Shinji really does not seem very tough. Shinji lashing out at Tosaka because she rejected him would be bad. Well, I don't exactly know how, but it'd be just bad. I mean, I hate it when girls die. Tosaka's nowhere to be found around the dojo. Mitsuzuri worried for nothing. Oh. Why are you so close?
誰がいないって
Issei, who I thought I'd parted ways with, is standing right next to me.
お前か一世あんまり驚かすなよな。いやエミヤが挙動不審げに道場を眺めていたからつい。で誰がいないって？誰って遠坂だよ。なんでも昨日シンジと一悶着あったらしいんだ。それで一応様子を見に来た。
He really does hate it when girls die.
ほうほう挙動不審だな。聞かれてもいないのに理由まで話すなと。俺は誰がいないかと聞いただけなのだが。なんだよ別にいいだろ。俺が何しようが俺の勝手だ。それはしかり。だが無駄だぞエミヤ。遠坂はここには
It's true, she did.
なぜならあいつは今日ずる休み。
She summoned a mysterious Dante Devil May Cry into her house. Cut class, so she's absent?
そうか欠席か。待て伊勢、なんで遠坂がずる休みなんだよ。あいつがそんなのするわけないだろう。するともあいつが風邪などひくものか。俺が見たところ
I mean,
悪いやつ
It's
だ。
not like getting sick is a
騙
choice.
されるとパクッと食われるぞエミヤ。
She's bad. She's a bad girl. Somehow, what Issei is saying irritates me. I may not know Tosaka that well, but I don't think she's a bad person.
言い過ぎだぞ伊勢。遠坂はそんなやつじゃないだろう。なんだエミヤも遠坂狙いだ。
I think everybody does.
ああ、それは
According to Emiya's description of her, at least. Ms. Perfecto. A secret crush, like hell with 3 exclamation points.
勝手に決めつけるな。俺はただシンジが揉め事を
Issei
起こした
sounds jealous? Well, of course. He wants to be smooching on Emiya.
シンジが遠坂に殴りかかろうとしたら止めるためか。またそんな役回りをするな。別に俺は気にしないが。
You've got bad
趣味が悪いの
taste.
だなエミヤは。
You should be kissing men.
してないから損じゃない。けど伊勢、お前今変なこと言わなかった？遠坂狙いは趣味が悪いってことかい？そう。遠坂は人気あるじゃないか。俺もあいつの悪い噂は聞かないぞ。
He's just one of those misogynistic gays.
ああ、聞かないね。それがまた気に食わない。気に食わないって。
It's too good to be true, man.
だから全部だよ。あれはメギツネだ。女性だよ。
Alright, man.
とにかく生理的に気に食わない。悪いことは言わない。
She's got bad vibes. That's all I need to know.
いいっす。人の陰口は良くない。
You know,
お前の口癖じゃない。
my jokes about him being gay are becoming less jokes by the second.
たわけ。これが陰口に入るか。俺は聞こえるように喋っている。
Okay, but you really shouldn't be. No wonder I sense people watching us. Well, that's a relief. I'm really glad Tosaka's absent today.
頼む伊勢。悪いが早速陰口。
He is a hater.
エミヤがそういうのなら了解した。が、とりわけ中傷していたわけではないぞ。単に竜道一世
I don't like her, that's
を
all.
警戒していると言っただけだ。あくまで個人の趣味嗜好の範囲だろう。その割には妖怪だとか。
That is true, those are some hard words. I'm pretty sure minx is definitely a derogatory term.
何？褒め言葉だ。メギツネにも妖怪にもいいものはいる。
This guy, he's growing on me. I'm starting to really like this Issei fella.
あくまで遠坂を表現する値として採用しただけである。かつ。
Issei laughs.
それではな。俺は生徒会室に戻るが、エミヤはバイトだろう。こんなところで道草を食っている暇はなかろう。
Issei leaves calm and composed, perhaps because he felt satisfied having said everything he wanted to say. I've known him for 2 years now, but honestly, I still don't get that guy. He's just gay, okay? That's all you need to know to understand him. I ride the bus from school for 20 minutes. I arrive at Shinto, the neighboring town across the bridge. Alright, he has to go to work.
まだ5時前か。少し時間があるな。
There aren't many part-time jobs in the residential area of Miyama, but there are plenty in Shinto since it's a developing area. Our school allows students to hold part-time jobs, so I take on simple jobs. I prefer my jobs to be physical, and the tougher and shorter they are, the better. I get paid all while training my body, so it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Today I'll work from 5 to 8 o'clock for a simple loading job. It may just be 3 hours of work, but it feels more like 6 hours since they make you work without a minute's rest. Which means I need to rest when I have the opportunity, even if it's just for 10 minutes. Shiro! They're breaking labor laws, you gotta report this. Walking around aimlessly would be a waste of energy, so I decide to rest at a park until it's time. This park is nestled between buildings, and it's like a giant plaza full of trees and shrubbery. A park should typically be filled with families and couples during weekends and holidays, but this one is deserted at this hour. In fairness, this place is always desolate, no matter what day or time.
相変わらずだな、ここは。
Yeah, it's the place where they had the big mage fight before. I sigh in exasperation. The area is unkept, and it's really pretty ugly compared to other places that are properly landscaped and maintained. As if the desolate location had set the mood, the wind itself blows cold and harsh. This place is the remnant of the great catastrophe that happened 10 years ago. It's the very place where I was saved from the brink of death.
なんで芝生とか植えないんだろう。いつまでもこのままってのはもったいない。
The area is quite large, so if they leveled it, there'd be plenty of space to work on the park. I sit down on a bench as I think. With nothing else to do, I stare out over the burned area to pass the time. I don't remember anything that happened here. The only thing I remember is that it was hot, and I couldn't breathe, and that some people died trying to save others.
どうしてそうなのかな。
Mage fights. One adult here died because they were trying to save a child from a burning house. Another person was offered all the available water to extinguish their raw, parched throat, while others in the same situation died. Someone here tried to flee the fire as fast as they could, but the people left behind died. And someone died here because they gave whatever it was that kept them alive to someone they didn't even know. I don't like thinking about that. Fair enough. Just thinking about people trying to help and becoming victims for their troubles makes me angry. Hey, you can't just say how you feel. That makes me angry. Is it too much to ask for everyone to be saved and for them to get their happy ending afterward? Oh, brother. This guy's got complexes. All I want is to see people peacefully prevail. Why can't that happen?
それは難しい。シロの言っていることは誰も
Oh no, he's one of these guys. I can save everyone. That was Kiritsugu's response to the question when a very young me asked it. As a child, I obviously refused to accept that idea. But you saved me, Kiritsugu. I knew you were a magician and you could do anything. I knew you were a champion of justice who wouldn't let anyone suffer, and you did it without asking for any reward. That's why I've always believed you managed to save everyone back then. Why would you think this? In response to me shouting this at him, Kiritsugu looked more troubled than I'd ever seen him, and said something I remember to this day.
シロ。誰かを救うということは誰かを助けないということなんだ。いいかい。正義の味方に助けられるのはね。
I don't think that's actually a helpful way to put it. I think you just made him worse by saying that.
当たり前のことだけど、これが正義の味方の定義なんだ。
Petty Fazbear 6969. What a unique name. Thanks for the follow and welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. No, that won't be happening. Yeah, I get that. I gotta read. And now that it's been pointed out, it seems so obvious. Imagine if there was a burglar and some hostages, and the burglar intends to kill... He's doing that thing where he makes up scenarios in his mind again. Under normal circumstances, a majority of the hostages would probably die. But if by some miracle all the hostages were saved, there's someone who didn't get saved. The burglar, of course, and saving the hostages was done at the cost of his life. This is stupid. The people the champion of justice saves are only those whom the champion of justice deems to save. That's why saving everyone is impossible. Even God can't do that.
それが天才ならなおさらだ。誰であろうと、全てを助けるなんてできなかった。
I'm glad you know this. Have you internalized it though? The fire 10 years ago was like that. As someone who was miraculously saved from that incident, it wasn't my place to say anything at this point.
けど嫌だ。
I don't want anything like that. I don't like the idea that there's a limitation to who can be saved. No matter how impossible it may be, I need to reach out to help. I can't stand to see people around me die, like back then. I hate it when girls die. If the person I am now had been there 10 years ago, I would have thrown myself into the fire.
そのまま無駄死にしてたのが間違いなく。
Oh man, this guy's got issues. That would have happened for sure. Jeez, I can't even fantasize in my head.
と、しまった。ぼんやりしてたら5時になっちまった。
A bell in the distance rings, chiming 5 o'clock. I get up from the bench and hurry to my part-time job. By the time I'm done working, the sun has long since set. It's a little before 8 o'clock. I finished about 10 minutes earlier because I kind of overworked myself. Maybe it's because I stopped by that park before work. That might have motivated me to push myself harder. At the train station, the night is just getting started. There are a bunch of people milling about and an endless stream of cars on the road.
藤姉にお土産はいいか。
I walk along the path as I gaze up at a lighted building. It's the biggest building in Shinto, so I can't see all the way to the top. As I gaze at the building, enjoying the nighttime scenery... Huh? I think I see something bizarre.
なんだ今の。
I stop and try to look at the very top. I squint, trying to bring what I see into focus, but it's like staring at grains of rice. Woman spotted! Oh, this is who she saw on top of the building. It looks like someone I know, but I can't think why this girl I know would have a reason to be there. Doesn't seem like she's going to do anything up there. But she's just standing there, looking down at the city as the wind ruffles her hair. She doesn't seem to notice me down below. Actually, there's no way she could see me. Even my near-perfect vision, enhanced with magecraft, can barely distinguish what's up there. I'm able to tell she's up there because she's isolated. There's no way she would be able to pick me out of a crowd on the ground. She's just looking down at the town. Seems like she's looking for something. I can almost feel her sharp gaze even at this distance. I forgot how long it's been, but I continue to look up at the girl standing in the void. She stands at the top of a high tower. She's like a magician, looking down at the surface world with the bright moon shining bright behind her. And then, she disappears, apparently done with whatever brought her up there. The rooftop stands empty, and the scenery returns back to nothing more than the beautiful night sky.
今の遠坂だったのかな。
Good CG. I liked her aura farming on top of the building. I can't be sure, but I'm probably right about who it was, at least. There aren't many girls I know who stand out like her. And besides, I'm not so out of it I'd fail to notice a girl I secretly admire.
そうか。にしても、
It's just... Tosaka sure has a weird way of spending her time. Just hanging out on top of buildings. Unlike Shinto, there is no sign of people anywhere in Miyama. There's nobody around after 8 at night. The town is silent and still. The house I saw this morning stands across the intersection. There are no signs of life and a no trespassing sign that hangs over the front door. In just a single day, the house has fallen quiet, almost like an abandoned building. A girl and her parents were killed by a burglar. I wonder what life awaits now for the single child who survived. I bite my lip, frustrated by my powerlessness. I promised I'd be just like Kiritsugu, but I couldn't do anything, even when something like this happened so close to home. I want to help people, but I don't even know what I can do. I reach the top of the hill where my house sits. The lights are on, so Fujine or Sakura is still inside. Can this Shiro guy stop having survivor's guilt? He's so annoying. I'm saying this, but unironic. There she is. Woman. Fujine turns towards me, munching on a rice cracker. The TV is turned to a lively variety show. She had shit to do. She was hungry. Fujine cheerfully replies, as far as she's concerned, anyone who makes her food is a good person. Fair enough. I also think this. Everybody should be making me food. And she's a hungry girl. Yeah, don't you have your own house and your own food? You absolute failure of a woman. Fujine tilts her head, puzzled. Honestly, I'm not sure if a response like that should make me happy or sad. Fujine has a tendency to leave a bunch of junk here. She'll bring stuff like bowls from restaurants that are too big to be functional. Are you stealing bowls from restaurants? An unnecessarily heavy earthen teapot, or a weird guitar that plays itself. She must think this place is a convenient storage or something. Fujine hands me the poster. It's probably a poster of some no-name singer. I knew it. It's a poster of a young man wearing a military uniform, smiling with his thumbs up, all in front of a cheap-looking blue sky background. Wait, who are you calling my blue sky cheap? You would know a thing or two about cheap blue skies, wouldn't you, Mr. Nasu? The caption on the poster, in bloody font. Love's lovely Rangerland. What? Come to the self-defense meetup. Hey, this is a recruitment poster for a youth group. Uh-oh. Don't get involved with that, Fujine. That might be the wrong kind of youth group to get involved with. I quickly roll the poster back up and try to whack Fujine on the head with it. Oh, hi. However, Fujine counters mercilessly with another poster she's been holding. Conk. Her poster sword bops me lightly. Stars! I see stars! She's so strong! She's so powerful. She enhanced its strength with her key. Did she manage some sort of technique only a true poster master can execute? You know, that's what they call me too. I am also a master of posts. It's made of steel. How do you make a poster out of steel?
藤根いつか絶対に人を殺すぞその性格
I am the bone of my poster. Yeah, fucking right.
全速でお断りですそんな天然殺人鬼を相方にもらう気はないや
私そんな物騒なのじゃないと思う
やっぱり得てしてそういう連中は自覚がない
Fujine, I have a concussion. Pray that I survive. I'll have to be very careful from now on if I'm going to have any hope of avoiding being murdered.
ふんだ言ってなさいそんなことよりシロ私お腹減った今まで待ってたんだから早くご飯の用意しよう
Fujine gets up. What's up with Fujine? She must be really hungry if she's offering to help, even if it's just setting the table. She's a hungry gal. Girls gotta eat.
じゃあ藤根は皿と茶碗なご飯ぐらい告げるだろ
Girls gotta eat, hench buns.
告げるよねえシロ私丼でいいかな
She's getting the baka serving of
い
rice.
いんじゃないか今日はさくらもいないしどうせ飯は余るし
よしよしそれじゃシロもお揃いね
The baka. To me, this is a normal serving. Fujine scoops mounds of rice into the 2 large bowls. You might not know this, henchbuns, but I am, in fact, a rice fiend. I love rice. I could eat rice all fucking day. Whatever. I was going to go for a second helping anyway. And if I meddle in what Fujine does now, we may really not have any dinner. Besides, this is the kind of chaotic scene dinner at my home has been for many years. Nighttime. Another day ends. We finish our rowdy dinner, and after I see off Fujine, I take a bath. Oh, his first one in days! After that, I head to the shed for my daily training. Time to light my spine on fire again. I complete it as usual and then go to sleep. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Today ends peacefully and without incident. Save the game? I will. Before I do that and continue onwards, though, henchbuns, I am going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we shall get back to it. It will be just a moment, so please wait warmly. Thank you. Enjoy the music while you wait. Alright, Umineko Music, go away. You're in the wrong visual novel stream. Here I am. Hello, everybody. I'm back. I have pissed. I've eaten a snack. And I've also gotten my electric blanket on because, as a scholar once said, for the love of everything fraggable, it's farkin' cold in here. I'm ready. I'm ready to continue. I'm ready to continue. We shall continue now. It is now February the 2nd. Uh-oh. We're back to the fire dreams. I'm in a fire. Houses crumble and people burn. No matter where I go, all I see is crimson. This is what I saw 10 years ago. The long-forgotten memory of the past. I run through the scenery, recreating what happened. I know it's a nightmare, but there's no way to escape. I run and run, I keep running. Every time the scene ends with me as a child running out of energy and getting rescued. Well, that's good, I think, that you got rescued. I wake up feeling wrong. A hand on my forehead tells me I'm sweating even though it's winter.
ああ、もうこんな時間か。
The clock reads past 6. I hear the soft sound of chopping from the kitchen.
さくら、今朝も早いな。
Not really the time to be impressed by what an early riser she is. Yeah, sorry about all the PTSD. I need to hurry up and get ready so I can help her with breakfast. It's late, 6 o'clock a.m. Also, Metsu, thanks for the resub. Wow, a whole 9 months. Congratulations on delivering the baby.
いや、バイトは入ってないよ。一世のところでなんかやってると思うけど、それがどうかしたか？
No work today.
別に暇だったら道場の方に遊びに来てくんないかなーって。私今月ピンチね。
Oh yes. Why is everybody telling Shiro to get his ass to the
ピ
dojo?
ンチってな。
お財布事情がピンチなの。
What?
誰かがお弁当作ってくれると嬉しいんだけどな。
Oh, brother.
断る。
This lady
たま
sucks.
には一食ぐらい抜いた方がいい。
And that's why she's attracted.
で、シロには期待してないよ。
We just love women who are absolute
さくら
failures.
ちゃんだけなんだから。ね、さくらちゃん。
はい、私と同じものでよろしければ用意しておきますね、先生。
オッケーオッケー。
Okay.
今日は一緒にお昼を食べましょう。
By the way, you got your 9-month badge for that sub too. I just remembered. You're a gold rank now. Congratulations. Breakfast goes smoothly. Today's menu includes the typical sides. The main dish is braised lotus root, konnyaku, and chicken. Sakura probably didn't need to make such an elaborate dish for breakfast, but I'm guessing she made extra to pack for lunch. Sakura is a member of the Kyoto Club, and Fujine is the club's faculty advisor. Nobody would think it was weird for the two of them to have the same lunch.
そういえばシロ、今朝
Is that not weird?
なんか
Okay.
あった？
Sure. Fujine looks my way as she sips her miso soup. As much as she's just kind of out there the most of the time, she's pretty sharp about this kind of thing.
昔の夢を見た。寝覚めがすっげえ悪かっただけで、あとはなんともない。
なんだ、いつものことか。なら安心かな。
It's not an interesting topic for Fujine, so she shifts the conversation in another direction. Oh, I see. Undiagnosed ADHD. That doesn't bother me one bit. 10 years ago, I used to have nightmares a lot, back when I couldn't shake the memory of that fire. But as time went on, those nightmares grew less and less frequent, and I've gotten to the point where the dreams don't bother me anymore. I've been told my nightmares were pretty bad back then, though. Fujine was already with us by then, and she's been sensitive about changes in me since.
シロ、食欲はある？今朝に限ってないとかない？
Your dream hasn't made you hungry.
ない。なんともないんだから、人の夢にかこつけて飯 飯を横取りするな。
Yeah, it's just the trauma again. Boring.
シローが強くなってくれて嬉しいけど、もうちょっと繊細でいてくれた方がいいな、お姉ちゃんは。
そりゃこっちのセリフだ。もうちょっと可憐になってくれた方がいいぞ、弟分としては。
We both huff and turn our heads away from each other. Seeing that as a sign that I'm fine, Fujine smiles in relief. Honestly, I appreciate her consideration, but I know she'll get an ego about it if I say it directly, so I pretend to grunt and protest instead. Sakura looks puzzled by our interaction. Don't worry about it. You wouldn't get it. As someone with a sibling who beats her. Soon after Fujine leaves, I lock up and Sakura and I leave as well.
先輩、今日の夜から月曜日までお手伝いに来れませんけどよろしいですか？
別にいいよ。だって土日だろ。さくらだって付き合いがあるんだから気にすることないぞ。
Yeah, or something like that. I actually have to go participate in a Fortnite,
そういうんじゃ
maybe.
ないです。本当に個人的な用事でちゃんと部活にだって出るんですから。だから何かあったら道場に来てくれれば何とかします。別に土日だからって遊びに行くわけじゃないです。だから変な勘違いはしないでもらえ
Alright, girl, chill. What? Sakura is acting suspicious, or rather, she seems nervous. I don't know why, but it's probably just that she can't come over the
分かっ
weekend.
た。なんかあったら道場に行くよ。
はい。そうしてもらえれば嬉しいです。
Sakura sighs in relief. But the moment Sakura lowers her gaze, her expression stiffens.
先輩って。
Huh? Sakura is staring at my left hand. I look down and see blood trickling from it. Well, that's not good. I warned you about putting steel rods in your spine, bro. I pull up my shirt sleeve. Yep, blood.
なんだこれ。昨日の夜ガラクタいじってて切ったかな。
Yep, that's blood. But I don't feel any pain. It looks like there's a welt on my hand. The bruise stretches all the way up from my shoulder to the back of my hand. It looks like a snake that's trying to reach my palm from the top of my shoulder.
ま、痛みもないし、すぐに引くだろう。
It's fine.
大丈夫。
Everything will
気
be
にすることじゃない。
fine.
はい。先輩がそう言うのでしたら気にしません。
I'm sure this giant fucking weird wound that goes all the way from my shoulder to my hand will just work itself out. Typical guy behavior. The sight of the blood probably made Sakura sick since she's keeping her head down. Sakura heads to the club, while I head to the school building. The schoolyard is filled with athletic club members training. This morning is practically brimming with enthusiastic energy. But something feels strange. Everything in the school is as usual. The students exercising for morning practice are lively. The new school building is spotless.
気のせいか、これ。
Nah, it's fine. Nope, I'm sorry, we've used the world. But when I close my eyes, the moon changes drastically. The building walls feel stained, like membranes have latched onto them, and the students themselves seem like empty dolls.
疲れてるのかな、おい。
I shake my head to clear it and head on to campus. School ends early on Saturdays. Classes end in the morning, but by the time I finish helping Issei, the sun is starting to set.
さて、そろそろ帰るか。
I pack my bag and leave the classroom. But then...
なんだ。
Oh, not this fucking guy. I run into Shinji. There are a few girls behind him making a small commotion.
やることもないくせに。
They're all going Kia! Or whatever.
ああ、そうか。また生徒会にごますってたわけね。いいね、エミヤは。部活なんてやんなくても内心稼げるんだからさ。
So?
生徒会の手伝いじゃないぞ。学 校の備品を直すのは生徒として当たり前だろ。使ってるのは俺たち。よく言うよ。エミヤに言わせればなんだって当たり前だからね。そういういい子ぶり。
What is this guy's fucking
言わ
problem?
なかったっけ？すまん。よく覚えていない。シンジの口癖だ
That's a
と
pretty
思って
good
いた。
comeback.
どうも聞き流してたみたいだ。そうか。それじゃあ学校にあるものなら何でも直してくれるんだ、エミヤは。何でも直すなんて無理だ。せいぜい面倒見るぐらいだが。よし。なら頼まれてくれよ。うちの弓道場さ、今割と散らかってるんだよね。
I don't think that means he's just gonna do it because, well, actually it's true. He will do things people tell him to do for no reason. I forgot. I forgot he's stupid.
元弓道部員だろ。生徒会になんか尻尾振ってないで、たまには僕たちの役に立ってくれ。
ちょっと先輩、それって先輩が藤村先生に言われてたことじゃなかった？そうですよ。ちゃんとやっておかないと明日怒られます
Ooh,
よ。
you're getting in trouble.
でもさ、今から片付けしてたら店閉まるじゃん。そこの人がやってくれるんならそれでいいんじゃないの？
悪いよ。それに部外者に後片付けなんかできるわけないし。そうでもないんじゃない？あの人元弓道部員だってシンジが言ってる。
Yeah, as a former club member, that means you have to still be doing things for us? That makes no sense at all, actually. The girls behind Shinji are awfully chatty. They seem to be Kyoto members, but since I don't recognize any of them, they must be the members Shinji recruited recently. All girls, of course.
鍵の場所は変わってないから勝手にやっといてよ。文句ないよね、エミヤ。なあ、構わないよ。どうせ暇だったからたまにはこういうのも悪くない。サンキュー。それじゃあ行こうぜみんな。つまんない雑用は。
Man, this guy sucks. I hope he dies.
待ってよ先輩。じゃああとはよろしくお願いしますね先輩。
Senpai! I cleaned the Kyoto dojo without any problems, since I'm familiar. It's a big room, so it took a while, but it was kind of fun cleaning the place I used to spend so much time in until a year and a half ago. Midway through, I considered trying to shoot a bit, but decided not to. It would be rude to the owner of the bow. If I want to shoot, all I have to do is bring in my own bow and visit. I look at the time, and it's way past curfew. It's a little after 7. The school gates must be closed by now, so there's no need for me to rush out. Oh yeah, this is when you're gonna die. This is when you're gonna get your ass stabbed by Lancer. Now that I look closely, I don't remember the dojo being so dirty before. There's dirt and grime all over the place, like behind the bow rest in the club room.
ここまで来たら1時間も2時間も変わらないか。
I've already started, so I might as well clean every nook and cranny. You did it. You've cleaned successfully. The wind is starting to pick up. It's so cold, my cheeks start to sting. Fuyuki typically isn't cold at night during winter, but tonight's certainly an exception. My breath fogs the air with every exhale. I know what that feels like. It's been so cold. It's been in the negatives. I look up and there's no light in the sky. Strong winds send the clouds speeding across the night sky. Curfew is long past, and there's no sign of life in the empty school. Not so much as a sound can be heard on campus, and it seems to be covered with colder air than any place in town. I hear 2 gay men fighting with swords. I think I heard something.
確かに聞こえる。校庭の方か。
I hear gay people, that's right. That night, under the frosty sky, I guess I just got curious about the sound that broke the hushed silence. So I headed toward the sound to investigate. I go to the schoolyard. Is that people? It looks that way, at least from a distance. It's just so damn dark. I need to get closer if I want to find out more. The sound grows louder, more intense. I know that sound. It's clashing metal. Sounds like a fight. Aw, sometimes you just want to see two men fight. I'm being stupid, obviously. Who would ever fight in a school courtyard with weapons like that? And then, it was probably a gut instinct that sensed the danger. Or maybe keeping out of sight as I approached was just a stroke of luck. Whatever the reason, I hid behind a tree big enough to conceal me. Take a closer look at the source of the sound. These two guys were going crazy style. There, my mind froze. I can't comprehend what I'm seeing. A man in red and a man in blue. The two of them are clad in armor so ancient it's several steps beyond old-fashioned. It's a ridiculous sight, but their rapid, deadly movements make clear that their fight is no joke. They're some sort of Dante and Virgil. I don't understand. I can't even follow their movements, they're too fast. Their movements look so surreal, my mind can't function properly. The sound of their clashing weapons is the only thing convincing me the two of them are actually fighting to the death. But here's one thing I'm sure about. They're not human. They have to be something else, in the guise of humans. My magecraft training isn't why I know this. Anyone can see that these two aren't human. To start, humans just can't move like that. Nobody should get involved with whatever that is. I can feel their intent to kill even from a distance. I'm going to die. My body instinctively knows before my brain kicks in that I just won't live if I stay here. My racing heart is proof of that. I sense they're living things designed only to kill. No knife or blade would be a match for whatever they're wielding. They are clearly only meant to kill. I suddenly remember yesterday's murders. The family that fell victim is said to have been killed by a bladed weapon. I shouldn't stay and watch another second, but I can't move a muscle. I can hardly breathe. My mind is telling me to flee, but something else tells me they'll find me the second I move. More than any internal conflict, though, I am just paralyzed. I'm more than 40 meters away from them, but I still imagine getting stabbed in the back with that spear. I can't breathe. The sounds stop. The two figures separate and stand facing each other. Just as I'm starting to feel a sense of relief that the fight's over, another stronger sense of malice creeps over me. My heart feels like it's shriveled up in my chest. The numbness in my body turns to convulsions, and I clench my teeth in an effort to compose myself. He's doing some sort of super move. A nauseatingly high amount of magical energy flows into the man in blue. Hiritsugu once demonstrated to me how to draw in magical energy from one's surroundings. It was a kind of magecraft so beautiful that it impressed even an apprentice mage like me. But this is different. The same way even the simple act of drinking water can look revolting if done excessively. The man in blue appears to be binge eating. The sight's so extreme that anyone with magical energy would find it repulsive. He's going to die. The man in red is dead meat. The attack will be infused with more magical energy than anyone could possibly defend against. He's going to die. That inhuman something in the guise of man is going to die. But can I just let this happen? That question shakes me out of my paralysis. My body is suddenly free. I take a deep breath. Uh-oh. Spotted. Yeah, that Nasu, he sure likes writing repetition. The man in blue glares in my direction. The man in blue crouches in a way that tells me one thing. I'm his new target. Many exclamation points. My legs are moving before I even have the thought of running. The rest of my body finally realizes it's time to flee for my life, and suddenly all my energy is being poured into doing exactly that. I don't remember where I ran through or how I got there, but I'm in the school building. I regret my own actions as I huff and puff. I should have run toward town. I've got to be the world's biggest idiot thinking I escaped by running into an empty building. At school, of all places. There must have been other, better places to hide. And what the hell convinced me I'd die if I didn't run to begin with? My chest burns from all the running. I turn around, but I don't sense anything pursuing me. The only sound is my own footsteps. I can finally stop. My feet can barely move another step. I gulp down lungfuls of air, trying to slow my heart down, and I breathe a sigh of relief. I survived. I try to recall what I just saw as I catch my breath. One thing's for sure. I definitely wasn't meant to see that. Hello, Sojita. Things that looked human fighting in the schoolyard at night. That's all I can really remember. But I'd seen something else out of the corner of my eye. Some sort of girl shape. I can't remember what they looked like, though. Honestly, I couldn't afford to look at anything other than the two figures locked in combat. Uh-oh. The voice comes from right in front of me. Scary man appears. His head's too big for his dang body. I can't breathe. My mind goes blank. I can't think. But I know that I am going to die. Stop posing so fruitily. And with that, he raises his spear. Sorry, you gotta die. Ouch! No mercy, no compassion. His spear pierces my heart. I didn't even have time to dodge. No training I ever did prepared me for this. I knew I was going to die. I knew the spear was going to impale me, but I couldn't move. Well, it was a good run, Shiro. The world distorts around me. My body grows cold. Numbness creeps from my fingertips into the rest of me. I cough up blood, once. I felt like there should have been more, but it was just the one cough. That spear must have been special. My blood slows and grows stagnant. My heart just stops, all from a single strike of that spear. I'm pretty sure that's because it popped your heart like a balloon, brother. I can't see anything. I don't feel anything. I'm like a jellyfish floating in the dark sea at night. I stopped feeling pain long ago. The world has turned white. I'm the lone dark spot. So rather than being aware that I died, it just feels like everything around me has ceased to exist. I know this. I experienced the same thing 10 years ago. This is what dying feels like. If you say so. My eyes can't focus. It's true. I can only hear his voice. He sounds so irritated. Afterwards, I hear footsteps fading down the hallway. The voice suddenly disappears. He must have jumped out the window. Afterwards, the footsteps I heard earlier stop. There's an awkward silence. Then footsteps again. I can't hear that well anymore. Go ahead. Oh, that's her talking. Time for Rin to waste all her magic saving this guy. I don't know who's talking. I muster up all my concentration as my mind fades, but I still can't put my finger on it. All I can hear now is the sound of my breathing. My lungs must still be functioning. I hear a loud whistling sound coming from my mouth like a passing typhoon.
その割にはまだ死んでないってのはすごいな。
I sense somebody peering into my face. My breathing must be loud as the person reaches their finger out to try to close my mouth.
やめてよね。なんだってあんたが。
Whoever it is, they grit their teeth, seeming troubled. The moment I hear that sound, the person touches me without hesitation.
破損した臓器を偽装して代用。その間に心臓一つ丸々修復か。こんなの成功したら時計塔に一発合格ってレベルじゃない。
Oh, she still had more to say, sorry. The voice sounds distressed, but at that moment my fading consciousness finally flickers to nothing. Sensation returns to my body. Slowly, little by little, my bodily functions return, like dewdrops tickling down a leaf. Drip, drip. What's going on? The person hovering over me is sweating, intensely focusing on where their hands are pressed against my chest. The next thing I know, the palm over my chest grows extremely hot. It's so hot, my corpse jolts and my cold, stagnated blood starts to flow again. I sense the person take a deep breath and sit down.
疲れた。
Clink. I hear something fall.
まあ仕方ないか。ごめんなさい父さん。あなたの娘はとんでもなく。
Yeah, your dad saved all that energy for you and you go using it fixing a guy's heart. That was it. The person mocks himself and leaves. My heart resumes beating, and then I finally pass out. But it's not the everlasting sleep I expected. I fall into a slumber, bound to wake again. Ow, my eyes. I wake suddenly. I feel sick, and my entire body aches. Every time my heart beats, a sharp pain stabs my head.
何が起きた。
My intense headache prevents me from remembering anything. How convenient. My body is cold and stiff, likely because I've been sleeping in the hallway for a long time. The only thing I can figure out is that the chest area of my uniform is torn, and my blood stains the hall floor. My head feels hazy as I get up. The spot where I've been lying looks like a murder scene.
本当に。
Was my chest stabbed? I think you can put two and two together. I fight down a surge of nausea as I head into a nearby classroom. Staggering, I open a closet and pull out a rag and bucket. I gotta clean up after myself.
何してんだろう俺。
I'm still confused. I encountered something unbelievable, then it murdered me. But here I am, still trying to clean up after myself. How stupid can I be?
落ちない。
I wipe at the floor with a rag I found. I manage to wipe off the blood, despite the incredible weakness in my whole body, and gather up everything scattered around the floor and shove it in my pockets. This may be my way of hiding any evidence. I must be doing such stupid stuff because my head's all hazy. I put the rag and bucket away and stagger out of the school like a zombie. My body heats up with every step I take. It's so cold outside, yet my body seems to be on fire. By the time I reach my house, the date has changed. There's nobody in the house. Sakura and even Fujine left long ago. I collapse on the floor. Lying on the floor is what lets me finally calm down a bit. I inhale deeply. My heart feels like it cracks every time my chest expands to draw in air. Actually, it's the opposite. It's not that my heart is cracking. The hole in my heart was just patched up, so expanding my chest opens the wound.
殺されかけたのは
Seems bad. It's also not true. I wasn't almost killed. I was killed. But someone saved me, and now I'm alive.
誰だったんだあれ礼ぐらい言わせてほしいもんだけど
If they were in the area, it means they could be involved with the people fighting. But it still doesn't change the fact that they saved me. So I need to thank them properly one day. I mean, not while your heart's exploding. The moment I drop my guard, the pain returns. At the same time, nausea strikes me. I sit up to hold the nausea at bay. I don't think it's working. I place my hand on my bare chest where the uniform is torn. I might have been saved, but my chest was, as a matter of fact, pierced. That feeling, the agony of the spear tip piercing my chest, isn't something I can easily forget.
くそしばらく夢に見るぞこれ
Is that better than the fire nightmares? When I close my eyes, I feel the spear thrust again. I try to shake that delusion off, and I make every effort to regain my composure.
よし落ち着いてきた
This must be thanks to my nightly training. My thoughts clear as I take slow, deep breaths. The fever and nausea abate a bit.
それであれのことだけど
The man in blue and the man in red. They looked human, but I know they're not. They could have been ghosts of some kind, but I've never heard of ghosts having forms that allow them to interact with humans like that. Yeah, it's called a stand. And the thing was talking, which makes it a little harder to believe it was a ghost if it had a will of its own. From what I've heard, the only spirits that possess physical bodies are the elemental types, but I thought elementals didn't look human.
いや問題はそんなじゃなくて
There's a more fundamental issue. Those two were trying to kill each other, and there was a robbery and a murder at a house nearby. Eerie stuff like that has been plaguing Fuyuki lately. With all of this in mind, the only conclusion I can come to is that the situation is out of my control.
こんな時親父が生きてれば
He would have helped me for sure. I guess I was kind of whiny, but I'll put it down to the patched up chest wound that still feels so raw.
まあだけわからなくても自分にできることをやるって決めてるじゃないか
I can complain later. First of all, I need to decide whether I should get involved or not. No, you don't. You can just, like, take a nap on account of dying. The bell on the roof of the house rings. No matter what anyone says, this house is still a mage's house. A bounded field is set around it, and if there's ever even an intruder in the area, an alarm
こんな
rings.
時に泥棒か
I berate myself for my own idiocy. Of course it's not a burglar. Given the timing right after that weird incident, there's definitely an intruder. It's no burglar, it's an assassin. They're here to take a life, not property. Because that man said so himself. You saw what you saw, so you gotta die. The house is dead silent. That same murderous intent I felt at school creeps closer through the hushed darkness. I gulp. A chill prickles like needles along my spine. It's no illusion, and it's not my imagination. I know the moment I leave this room, I'll be stabbed again. I desperately try to contain my scream. The instant I scream, the assassin will just leap right in and kill me. And that would just be a repeat of what happened before. I'm not prepared, and I'm going to be impaled again. My breathing grows labored as soon as that thought crosses my mind. I'm mad. I'm mad at myself for being afraid. And I'm mad that I put myself in a situation where I'll so easily lose my life after I was saved earlier this same damn day. I grit my teeth and hold my hand tight over my wounded chest to restrain myself. I need to get used to this. This is the second time. This is the second time I'm about to die. And it probably won't be the last. That alone motivates me not to die so pathetically as last time. Am I not a mage after all? And if I can't even defend myself from this, what were my 8 years of training for? I'm not going to agonize over complicated things anymore. Right now, I just need to drive away whoever is here. That's true, it is technically the third time. I may call myself a mage. The only thing I can do is reinforce something that might work as a weapon. You need a weapon to fight, after all. There's plenty of things that might work as a weapon in the storehouse, but I'm not anywhere near there. If I leave the living room and get ambushed, I'm just going to expose myself, and it'll be a repeat of what happened earlier. It won't be easy, but I've got to find a weapon here. Something long and thin would be good. My opponent's weapon of choice is a spear, so a knife would be all but useless. A wooden sword would be best, but I obviously don't have one just lying around. Something around here that might be suitable as a weapon. I can't help but feel utterly dejected, but the desperation makes me all the more determined. The situation's so bad it can't really get any worse. Then all that's left for me to do is to move forward until I have no energy left. I don't think this shit's gonna work. I speak my incantation and I inject magical energy into the rolled up 60-centimeter poster. I try to imbue as much magical energy as I possibly can into the poster to solidify it, since it needs to work as a weapon to go up against that spear. I focus my consciousness. Magical energy permeates the poster, as if I'm staining its fibers with my own blood. I feel that I've hit the end. Right before magical energy spreads throughout the poster and spills out, I say, I cut off my connection with the poster. I tremble with excitement. The poster is as hard as steel, but its weight remains the same as before. It's turned out great for a hastily improvised sword. Oh, it worked. How long has it been since my strengthening magecraft succeeded? My magecraft hasn't worked ever since Kiritsugu died, and so for it to succeed at a time like this seems ironic. I may be able to defend myself. I at least have some discipline and swordsmanship. I grip the poster with both hands and stand in the middle of the living room. If I stay here, I'm dead, but I don't think I can make it outside the mansion either. So I just need to head to the shed and make a stronger weapon there. Just as I start trying to hype myself up, every hair on my body stands on end. I'm not sure when he got in, but the guy drops from the ceiling straight toward me. A silvery flash strikes my head from above. I can only assume he came through the ceiling, and he descends on me, meaning to skewer my head. I roll forward in a frantic dodge. The man lands with inhuman grace as I clumsily roll out of the way. I stop myself quickly and get to my feet, makeshift sword at the ready. He didn't like that you dodged him. The guy turns lazily, looking bored. He shifts the spear to his other hand in a slow, fluid movement. I don't know why, but he doesn't seem as aggressive as he did at the school, which might give me a chance at escaping him. He's complaining to himself, like I'm not even here. I slowly retreat back out of the room. Only 3 more meters until I reach the window. I'll run out, then it's only about 20 meters to the shed once I reach the yard. Then I should quickly... Oh, he's so fast, he disappeared. He says it almost absent-mindedly, like it was just an afterthought. Pain shoots up my right arm. It all happened in an instant. He thrust his spear forward, not even giving me time to react. I should have died for a second time right there. The makeshift sword in my hand spared me that fate. He probably thought I'd just been holding a rolled up paper. He struck as if I hadn't been holding anything at all, but the reinforced paper sword deflected the attack so it only grazed my arm. His expression goes blank. His casual attitude from earlier vanishes entirely. He watches me now like a feral animal eyeing its prey. Seems bad. Crap, I was clearly wrong thinking things would be okay. This thing before me is some kind of demon, unbound by logic. I keenly realized that letting my guard down even for a second was beyond ludicrous. That's right. Desperate as things are, I should have just made a break for the window right after whatever miracle let me dodge his strike from above. Well, a little bit. The end of his spear points towards me. I can't block that. There's no way I'll be able to block that swift attack. I could have at least braced myself if he had a sword, no matter how fast he might be with it. But he's holding a spear. Sword is a whole line, but a spear is only a point. How am I supposed to block a point when I can't even see how fast it moves? The man drops into a lower stance. In a flash, the spear swings in sideways. I instinctively parry the blow aimed at my face. He's just messing with you. It's a cyclone. I'm not sure how he's moving a spear in this small room, but it traces a beautiful arc without even touching the walls. The next swing comes from the opposite side, aiming at my torso. The force of the swing bends my makeshift sword as I try to parry. Monstrous! Is that a hammer he's swinging? Damn, the numbness in my arms is telling me that they might be broken. I think you're a little outmatched here, Shiro. I instinctively swing my sword. He must be mocking me with the way he keeps flicking his spear at my sword without drawing back at all. Numbness creeps into my arms after going on the attack. My makeshift sword bends even more, and the man's spear changes trajectory slightly. He moves like this is just a game. Such confidence. He'd been letting me take a swing at him after he took a couple shots at me. I wasted my one opportunity as nothing more than a stopgap. So he sees no point in continuing this. This guy sucks. The man readies his spear again. During that microscopic opening, I don't turn back to look. I just leap backwards through the window. Crash! There he goes. Emergency escape. My back shatters the window and I roll out into the yard. I roll a few times, spring upward, and I blindly make my next move. I twist my entire body and swing behind myself. I manage to bat the man's spear aside and he hesitates for just an instant. I knew it. If I jumped out the window, he was going to have to chase after me, and he would catch up to me and go in for the kill before I had the chance to get up. So I expected his fatal blow and swung my sword to the side with all my might. It was a risky move. He'd have killed me if I had been even a second late, and I'd have been just as dead as if I was early too. But knowing the incredible gap in our skill, I figured there was no way I could have been early. The only thing I had to do was to get up as quickly as I could and parry the attack I knew would be coming at my back. That gamble pays off. Swing deflects the spear. Good night, Gotetsu. Thank you for watching. I quickly reposition myself. Now I just need to run to the shed while he's still confused.
飛べ。
Oh my god, he's fast. Stop doing that. He's not holding the spear anymore now, and he's right in front of me. He turns on the spot in a roundhouse kick. Ouch. Scenery goes flying by. My chest goes numb where he kicked me. I can't breathe. The biggest surprise? I'm actually flying through the air. I never thought a guy kicking me would send me into the air like a damn ball. Yeah, that shit had to hurt. I fall hard onto my back. I slam into a wall, the impact likely breaking my back, and slide down to the ground. I can't breathe. My vision blurs. By a stroke of luck, he's thrown me into the shed I wanted to reach. I lean against the wall, trying to rouse myself. Well, I mean, I guess that means your back isn't actually broken, because you wouldn't be able to do that if it was. I try to track the man through blurry eyes. He kicked me nearly 20 meters away. The guy picks his spear up and rushes straight at me. I'm going to die. There's nothing I can do now. He's going to reach me. If I don't want to die, I need to get up and parry his hit. The tip of the spear surges. I can't even look back at him. My body, on the verge of collapse, practically greets the spear.
男だったらちゃんと立ってる。
It's a little hard. What dumb luck. My knees give out. I can't hold myself up. The spear goes over my head and violently impales the shed's heavy door, pushing it open. It is a very wide stance he had there. And this is my last chance. If only I can get inside the shed, there should be something I can use as a weapon. I crawl into the shed on all fours. Just then,
これでしまいだ。
he launches a spear at me. I block it. I open up the rolled up poster to create a single-use shield. The impact makes a dull sound. The poster, unrolled, probably isn't as strong. It blocks the spear, but it tears apart, returning to a normal bit of paper. The spear's impact flings me against the wall. I fall on my butt and try to get my heart beating again after it feels like it's trying to quit on me. The moment I raise my head to try to grab something to use as a weapon,
爪だ。今のは割と驚かされたぜ、坊主。
the man points his spear in front of my face. I can't do anything else now. His spear is pointed directly at my heart. I know this feeling. It's the scent of death, assailing my nostrils, reminding me of the pain I felt a few hours ago.
しかし、わからねえな。起点は効くくせに魔術はからっきしときた。
You suck.
筋はいいようだが、まだ若すぎたか。
I don't hear the man's voice. My attention is focused on the weapon pointed at me. Obviously, the moment he thrusts, I'm dead. What else is there to think of at this point?
もしやとは思うが、お前が7人目だったのかもな。ま、だとしても、これで終わりなんだが。
His arm jerks. I wasn't able to see his movements earlier, but now I see every last one in slow motion. There's a bolt of silvery light. The tip seems like it's being drawn towards my heart. Blood will gush from the wound in just a second. I know this feeling. That sensation of iron piercing my body. That taste of blood that will well up in my throat. That feeling of the world around me fading. I experienced all of it earlier today. And now I'm going to have to experience it again? Really? I don't understand. Why do I have to be the one who goes through this? Why do bad things happen to me? This is bullshit! What were they thinking? No, I can't die in vain in a place like this. I was saved. If I was saved, I can't just die like this. I need to live to fulfill my obligations. I won't be able to do that if I'm dead. The spear is still going to impale me, though. The tip will tear through my flesh, break my ribs, and bore into my heart. I'm mad. It shouldn't be so damn easy to kill people like this. I'm going to die and it's bullshit. It's so fucking unfair. You know what? This is fair. It's so fucking unfair to get killed and then get revived, and then the same guy is just gonna kill you again, like a few hours later, in the same way. I'm gonna die twice in a single goddamn day. Everything is fucking bullshit. He's like going like the AVGN. What were they fucking thinking? Bullshit death mechanics? I'm going to die and I didn't even have the opportunity to be afraid of this whole goddamn mess. I'm not going to let myself die senselessly to the likes of you. Is absolutely the right word for this moment. Nani? Like magic. A figure appears out of a bright light shining from behind me. I can't think. All I know is that the figure is a girl. A girl? A woman? I hear a high-pitched sound, and the moment the figure appears, it pushes aside the spear pressed to my heart, steps between me and the man without missing a beat. He tries to regain his composure after his spear is pushed aside as the girl brandishes something in her hand. Sparks fly. Hard metal clashes and sparks fly again. The man stomps his foot after blocking the woman's attack. He must have realized he's at a disadvantage because he leaps out of the storehouse with bestial agility. She must intimidate him, but she quietly turns towards me. Oh, there it is! Everybody do the point. Point at the CG everybody knows. The wind is strong today. The clouds slide away and the moon shines through for a brief instant. The silver moonlight shines into the shed, illuminating the girl who appears like a knight. I'm speechless. And it's not because I'm confused by all the things that just happened. The girl before me is so astonishingly beautiful that I'm at a loss for words. The girl's eyes, like precious jewels, stare at me without emotion. She said the thing. She said the thing, henchbuns. Her voice sounds so valiant. I can only repeat her words back to her. I don't understand what she's saying, nor do I know who she is. All I know is that this slender, delicate-looking girl is similar to the man outside. She says nothing, continuing to look at me in silence. I don't know how to describe her. She's special. So special that I forget entirely about the man outside, even though he might attack at any moment. Time seems to have stopped. Even the fear of death I'd felt moments ago vanishes, and there is only the girl standing before me. It's the second time she speaks, and the moment I hear the word master and the name Saber echoes in my ears. Pain shoots through my left hand. It's hot, like being branded by an iron. I unconsciously press the back of my left hand. Taking that as a sign, the girl silently nods her beautiful head. Seems fine. That seems okay. I'm still a mage in training, so I understand what those words mean. But the girl doesn't respond to my question. She simply looks away with the same grace she'd shown when she nodded. She turns towards the shed's ruined door. Outside, the man readies his spear. She moves faster than expected. The girl in knight's armor leaps out the shed without hesitation. I forget about the pain I feel and I get up to follow her. She can't possibly go up against that guy. No matter how heavily armored she is, she's smaller than I am. The echoing clang drowns out my words. I can't believe what I'm seeing. My head really does go blank this time. The clash of swords echoes around me. The moon slips behind the clouds, and the yard grows dark once again. And within the darkness, sparks fly as steel strikes steel. She's really small, but really pretty. That's true. Without saying a word, the spear-wielding man meets the girl who leapt from the shed. She parries his spear and knocks away his other successive attacks, driving him back with each attack. I can't believe it. This girl, Saber, is somehow overpowering the man. The battle has begun. What happened between that man and I earlier doesn't even count as battle. A battle? That's a fight between two people, each able to kill each other. No matter the difference in ability, it can still be called a battle as long as both are able to kill the other. In that sense, these two are fighting a battle. The man attacks her, swinging his spear so quickly I can't even see his strikes. Somehow, she parries his every attack perfectly, with something as she closes in on him. The man backs up slightly, clicking his tongue hatefully. He holds his spear vertically to ward off her attacks on his side. Oh shit, cool CG! They're fighting! For a moment, his spear glows. His attack almost looks like it caused an explosion. The man's spear sparks as if electrified every time whatever weapon the girl is wielding strikes against it. It's like we're watching a tokusatsu fight, when sparks fly off their weapons and stuff. The man and I both could tell what it is. It's furious magical energy, so dense it can actually be seen. Her attacks are charged with incredible amounts of magical energy. The unbelievable amount of magical energy crackles along her opponent's weapon every time they make contact. The sheer force of her attacks must be staggering. If the man's spear strikes are precise, like a sniper rifle, her blows must be like the overpowering blast of a shotgun. Shotgun! Each of the girl's attacks bathes the yard in flickering light. And yet, that's not what's overpowering the man. The man curses at the girl as she evades her unrelenting attacks. She doesn't respond other than to step up her attacks with her invisible weapon. The man retreats, having hardly so much as a chance to counterattack. Her weapon is invisible. Without being able to determine the weapon's range, it would be reckless to go in for an attack. That's the trouble with an invisible weapon. But she's definitely got something in her hand. I can't make out anything of its shape or length. Maybe it's transparent to begin with. No matter how many times sparks fly from it, I never get a look at the weapon's profile. Parrying her strikes must be taking a lot out of the man. His movements aren't as sharp as they had been. It's the first sound the girl makes. She attacks all the more furiously. It's a merciless, unyielding dance of blades. The flying sparks remind me of blacksmiths striking iron. And the spear-wielding man continues defending himself as he disapprovingly clicks his tongue. Honestly, I can't help but to admire the man, even though he tried to kill me. He's able to defend himself from an invisible weapon, relying only on reading the girl's swings and footwork. But that's all he can do. When an opponent is so completely on defense, the only thing you need to do is beat them down. The girl steps in closer. She smashes down, striking with all her might. Seeing his chance, the man disappears. Or rather, he retreats back as if to disappear. The girl's swing cuts through the air and smashes into the ground, kicking up dust. There you go. I love when a sprite like swoops in from off screen. So it looks so funny. Her massive swing, which seemed to be a fatal blow against the cornered spearman, proves easy to dodge. Even I could tell what happened, even at this distance. Her careful, precise attacks earlier may have worn the man down, but the tremendous swing meant to deal the finishing blow wouldn't ever touch him. The relentless attacks must have put incredible strain on the man's body as he tried to defend himself. Yet he suppressed that pain for a single moment to jump away. He knew that her last attack would determine the victor. The man jumps back several meters, then comes in to strike once again the moment his feet touch the ground. He jumps in a triangular pattern. Oh fuck, a triangle dash. And leaps towards the girl as if revisiting his steps. He can do some crazy mix-ups with those. The girl will hit high or low, Saber, you gotta guess. It's a 50-50. The girl's sword is still embedded in the ground. It's a fatal opening. The red spear returns in less than a second. The girl twists her body around like a top, while her sword is still embedded in the ground. The whole thing happens in a matter of seconds. The man sees his mistake and tries to correct, as the girl uses this brief moment to use her whole body to attack. Both the man and the girl seem unsatisfied, though. Both struck, intending to kill. Both survived, so everything leading to this moment was in vain. The two open a bit of distance between themselves. They both just quietly stare at each other. The strain the battle inflicted on them seems to be too much. Get his ass.
わざわざ死にに来るか。それは構わんが、その前に一つだけ聞かせろ。貴様の宝具、それは剣か。
He phrases his question so bluntly. He glares as if trying to look through her. She seems so confident. Well, okay, I can tell from the way your hands are positioned that it's definitely not a bow. Somehow, this conversation seems to be amusing him. The man called Lancer briefly lowers his spear. It looks as if he's saying he doesn't want to fight anymore. The girl seems puzzled by Lancer's move. But I know what his stance means. I remember the fight at school a few hours ago. It's the killer move that was supposed to have ended the battle. Not a bad deal. If you say so, I don't believe that. Well, that's true. Shiro is pretty useless. No, I'm going to beat you to death. The air wavers. Their surroundings appear to distort. Lancer lowers his stance. A chill creeps into the air. The same thing happened earlier. Magical energy rumbles as it forms a vortex at the tip of the spear. The girl readies her weapon and glares at her enemy. I don't need to speak up. She knows very well how dangerous the enemy is. She is the one confronting him. This guy always loves to go for the heart. The beast kicks the ground. Lancer appears in front of the girl so quickly he may as well have teleported. He takes a spear and aims at her feet. Even to me, that seems like a poor choice. I can't see any way an attack would be effective with the spear pointed at the ground in front of her feet. Apparently thinking the same, the girl leaps over the spear toward Lancer, intent on striking him down. But at that moment... Uh-oh. His words alone radiate immense magical energy. Oh no, the gay bulge! I know that one. I know that one. That's from mythology, and also Final Fantasy. The spear released from below angles towards the girl's heart. Exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, question mark. Her body hangs in the air. The blow sends her flying in a wide arc. She smashes heavily into the ground. Oh, well. That's it, everybody. End of the visual novel. Saber defeated. She's bleeding. She had been unscathed until now, but her heart is pierced, and she is bleeding profusely. Whatever that means. I'm just as bewildered. But watching from afar may have given me a better perspective on how bizarre the attack was. The spear had been aimed at her feet, I'm sure of that. But then it just changed direction, moving and stretching impossibly to pierce the girl's heart. And yet the spear itself neither stretched nor changed direction. It seemed bizarrely as if the spear had been thrust into her chest from the beginning, almost naturally. It wasn't as simple as the spear changing its trajectory and piercing the heart. The spear didn't change course. It altered truth itself to make that happen. The moment he spoke those words and released his spear, the intent of piercing her heart had been realized. Essentially, his attack reversed cause and effect. The result of the attack piercing the victim's heart is predetermined, so the spear's trajectory is merely an afterthought to establish the facts. Sure, okay, whatever. It's a demonic splinter that breaks through all defenses. The moment it determines the target, the spear pierces the heart every time it's used, without exception. How can anyone defend against such a completely insane attack? No matter what effort the target makes to evade, the spear will always pierce their heart, which makes it fatal. An accursed spear that always pierces the opponent when used. However, it is pretty chuny, that's true. The girl evades by a hair breadth. The spear did penetrate her, but it didn't hit anything vital. Her actions in evading the spear seemed even more impossible than the spear itself. The moment the spear was thrust, the girl turned and reversed direction with an incredible effort of will and strength, as if she knew what was going to happen. Yeah, imagine using your ultimate sure kill attack, and it doesn't sure kill. I literally altered causality to make sure it would kill, and then it didn't. She was either incredibly lucky, or had just enough protection to dampen the spear's curse. Whatever it is, the girl manages to avoid the fatal blow, and so survives Lancer's ultimate attack. The girl tries to get her labored breathing under control. Although she had been losing a lot of it, blood stopped seeping from her wound, and even the wound itself is closing up. So this is what a truly extraordinary person can do. I knew she wasn't normal, but she is more than outstanding. In terms of her skills in the fight against Lancer, in terms of the incredible amount of magical energy used for every attack, her body recovering on its own, she is obviously superior to Lancer. But that's only up until now. She may be healing even now, but her wounds are deep. If Lancer attacks now, she won't be able to defend herself. And yet, even though he's at an overwhelming advantage, Lancer doesn't move. He audibly grinds his teeth. Oh, he's seething that his sure kill attack did not kill, and he glares at the girl. His voice seems to rumble up from the ground itself. She's so small. I didn't realize she was that small. That doesn't seem right. This doesn't seem actually correct. There's no way she's that short. Lancer's expression darkens. His hostility dissipates, and he clicks his tongue in annoyance. 152 centimeters? God damn. She's a midget. That seems like comically short. The oppressive mood lightens. Lancer no longer seems to have any intent of attacking the wounded girl. He turns his back as he walks to the corner of the yard.
己の正体を知られた以上、どちらかが消えるまでやり合うのがサーバントのセオリーだが、あいにくうちの雇い主は臆病者でな。槍が交わされたのなら帰ってこい。
Yeah, I just did a quick calculation. 152 centimeters is 4 feet 9 inches. She's not. That's fucking insane. She's like not even close to 5 feet. That's hilarious. Well, I was ordered to, so. Oh, I thought that was the official stat. You tricked me. He lightly bounces off the ground. It's a wonder how agile he can still be, but Lancer jumps effortlessly over the fence and disappears before anyone can stop him. 154. That's okay, that's more like 4. That's still like 410. The injured young girl turns and starts running in pursuit. I cross the yard as fast as I can. If I don't stop her, she'll go after him and maybe get herself killed. Turns out I don't need to chase after her. She tries to jump over the wall, but the moment she crouches to jump, she doubles over and grabs her chest. That shit hurted. I hurry over to check on her. Well, I'd intended to just approach and call out to her. That went right out the window the moment I got near her. She is completely unbelievable. The shining silver armor she wears looks extremely heavy. The clothing she's wearing, dated as it is bright, vivid blue. I've never seen anything like it. No, her clothes are not what really enthralls me. She is absolutely beautiful. Her golden hair, illuminated by the moonlight, is extremely fine as spun as gold. Her face is graceful with a trace of innocence. Her smooth white skin all but glows in the moonlight. I'm speechless. Her beauty completely takes my breath away. Young Japanese man completely enthralled by magical white woman. Seeing a girl wounded in a fight made me absolutely furious. As I stand there gawking, the girl remains silent, her hand clamped over her chest. I manage to quit staring pretty quickly. She lifts her head and lets her hand fall from her chest, her pain seeming to have erased. She looks directly at me. I don't know how quite to respond to that gaze, but then I notice something. The spear missed her heart, but it did pierce her chest. There's no outward sign of a wound. I've heard there's a kind of healing magecraft, but she didn't seem to use anything like that. That must mean she can heal herself, no matter how wounded she is. My mind switches gears. I shouldn't be gawking at her. This girl is unbelievable. I absolutely should not let my guard down around her until I know who she is and what's going on. She looks like yeah, a woman so beautiful she'll defy anime character design trends for 20 years. I take half a step back as I ask the question. She says it so casual. There's a touch of contempt in her tone, but it remains mostly gentle, and hearing her voice makes my head go blank. Why the hell am I getting agitated? I cover my burning face with a hand and respond stupidly, but I honestly don't know what else to say. Besides, how else would she respond when I just ask her what the hell she is? And it'd be rude for me to not respond.
俺はシロ。エミやシロって言ってこの家の人間だ。
There's something wrong with me. I'm saying the dumbest things. But, well, she did give me her name. It's only polite that I give mine. I know I'm confused, but it's still important to remain rational no matter who I'm dealing with. The girl, Saber, just keeps watching me in my confusion. She moves not an inch.
いや違う。今のはなしだ。聞きたいのはそういうことでなくて、つまりだな。
分かっています。あなたは正規のマスターではないのですね。
ね。
しかし、それでもあなたは私のマスターです。契約を交わした以上、
We're besties now. We got the bestie contract.
する必要はありません。
Crap. I hear her, but I couldn't be more lost. The only thing standing out to me is that she keeps referring to me as Master.
それは違う。俺マスターなんて名前じゃないぞ。
それでは素人。ええ、私としてはこの発音の方
Well,
が
that's good. The moment she said my name, I thought my face might actually burst into flames. Isn't it a bit more normal to call someone by their last name when you first meet? She's British, she doesn't know that.
なんだってそっちの方。
Ouch. A strange sensation tingles through my left hand. The back of my hand is burning. A strange pattern appears on the back of my left hand like a tattoo.
それは霊樹と呼ばれるものです。シロ。私たちサーバントを律する3つの命令権であり、マスターとしての命でもある。
You only get 3.
むやみな使用は避けるように。シロ、傷の治療を。
Her tone is cold now. It seems she's not focused on me, but something elsewhere.
待て。まさか俺に言ってるのか。悪いけど、そんな難しい魔術は知らないし、それにもう治ってるじゃないか、それ。
Saber frowns. I feel like I've said something that disappoints her.
ではこのままで臨みます。自動修復は外面を覆っただけですが、あと一度の戦闘
I'm sure she'll be
に支障は
fine.
ないでしょう。
あと一度って何を。
外の敵は2人。この程度の重圧なら数秒で倒しうる相手です。
Do not worry, Master. From what I can tell, they are weak sauce. Saber leaps over the wall effortlessly. Just like Lancer, she makes it look easy. And now I'm just alone in the yard.
外に敵。
I realize what she means as soon as I say it.
ちょっと待て。まだ戦うっていうのか、お前。
I move without thinking. I run as fast as I can toward the gate. I reach the gate, unlock it with trembling fingers, and jump out.
サイバー、どこだ。
I strain to see in the darkness. Clouds have completely obscured the moon, leaving it pitch dark. Now of all times. But I hear something nearby.
そこか。
I run to an empty pathway. It happens all in an instant. I see a familiar man in red and Saber fighting. Saber rushes him and breaks through his guard in a single sweep. She easily cuts at the man in red. Oh yeah, that's right, she beat Archer's ass. Saber raises his arm. Saber raises her arm, ready to. But before she's able to take his head, incredibly powerful magecraft causes him to vanish. Saber doesn't stop. She dashes right at the person standing behind the man in red, and effortlessly negates the potent magecraft they'd unleashed. I knew that she was strong. This is just surreal. That was a sort of intervention magecraft way beyond anything I'm capable of. My old man might have been able to cast something with a bit of weight to it, but I'm not even sure a first-rate mage would just cast something so powerful at the drop of a hat like that. Even so, Saber nullifies the magecraft as if it were nothing. The enemy must be a mage, which means this match's outcome is decided. The mage's attack doesn't work on Saber, and Saber drives at them mercilessly. The mage falls backward with a thud. The enemy miraculously dodges Saber's attack, but they can't move anymore. Saber corners the enemy and levels her invisible sword at them. Hey, I feel like I've been here before. My mind freezes. Maybe it's a momentary glimmer of moonlight, but I see then that Saber is attacking a human. I can't tell who it is specifically, but the image of Saber killing someone, their blood staining her hands, suddenly fills my mind. Saber moves in. She's going to slit open their throat with that invisible sword. I scream as loud as I can. Her blade stops cold. It's probably best for my sanity that I can't see her sword, but the tip of that invisible sword isn't wet with her opponent's blood just yet. I glare at her as I speak. If I'm going to stop her, I need to prepare myself to give everything I've got to do so. No, Saber has absolutely no intention of stopping. She only stopped because I told her to, but she still holds her sword at the ready. Uh-oh, front-facing Saber looks grumpy. Saber doesn't answer. She just stands there, staring at me. Saber is silent. She still holds her sword to her opponent, stares at me, her lips downturned in dissatisfaction. Killing people is wrong. I guess so. Don't needlessly harm another. Well, yeah, it's better to avoid conflict as much as possible, but I'm not so soft-hearted as to feel sorry for someone who's attacking me. Girls can't do things. That's absurd. A girl could never swing a sword. In that moment, Saber's mouth falls open in stunned silence. I don't know how much time passes with her just standing there like that. The person who'd fallen on the ground speaks up out of nowhere. Uh-oh, she found her mouth back. Saber instinctively grips her sword. Saber grits her teeth, but she lowers her sword, loosening her grip a bit. She must have put her sword away or something, because she seems suddenly much less hostile. Whoever it was that's been on the ground finally stands. They act brazen. They pat the dirt from their bottom. Wait a minute. That's... Stupid smug face. I know she was panicking in her mind. She was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna die. Rin Tosaka replies with the biggest smile on her face. This is unbelievable. I don't know what to think anymore. The way she greets me so casually makes me question whether everything that happened was even real. Hearing her be so blunt about it makes me seem like the idiot here. Sure don't. As she says that, she walks towards the entrance to my house.
待て父さんが何考えてんだお前
At that moment, when Tosaka turns around, her smile has changed into something completely different.
バカね、いろいろ考えてるわよ。だから話をしようって。
I'm thinking so hard.
エミヤ君、突然の事態に驚くのもいいけど、素直に認めないと命取りって時もあるのよ。ちなみに今がその時だと分かって。
She glares at me, and I can see actual animosity in her eyes.
分かればよろしい。それじゃあ行こっか。エミヤ君のお家にね。
Tosaka walks through the gate.
なんかすげえ怒ってるぞあいつ
Probably because she was just about to die. Well, I don't blame her. Just a moment ago, she had a sword pointed at her, and she was about to die.
いやそれ
That's what I said. Maybe it's my imagination, but I think the Tosaka at school and the one I see right now are completely different people. And this is just weird as hell. Rin Tosaka, the most popular girl in school, the girl I admire, is walking in front of me, while a blonde girl named Saber, who calls herself a servant, is silently following behind me. You're 6 inches in Rin and Saber is 8 inches in Hugh. Do you go forward or back? The hallway feels like it's in a different dimension, but I can't stay a coward forever. I may still be in training, but I'm still a mage. Tosaka, who is apparently a fellow mage, is as bold as brass, so I have to hold my ground too, or else I'll look stupid. Though I can't really think of anything all that significant here. Like, Saber, still following me. She keeps calling me master, and we formed some sort of contract, which probably makes her a kind of familiar. I've heard of familiars an assistant mages use. Those mages transfer a part of their own body into something else, then use it as their double. But typically, they're small animals. Things like cats and dogs are just easier to control. Some mages do use humans, but to do that, they need an incredible amount of magical energy to constantly feed into the human to control them. Doing that would require a mage to use over half of their own magical energy, just to sustain the familiar, though. So it's not exactly efficient. Familiars are supposed to be tools to help mages, which is why they usually use small animals, which can be controlled with minimal effort, and so aren't any burden. At least that's what I was taught.
何かあるのですか、シオ。
あいやなんでもない
Saber obviously looks human, and she is clearly superior to her master, that is, me. I don't have enough magical energy to restrain someone, let alone the magic circuits to control a familiar in the first place. Which means Saber is nothing like a familiar. She called herself a servant. I don't know what she is, but that man named Lancer and the man in red Tosaka has in tow are probably all the same. Which means Tosaka can also be called a master. I've already seen enough of her magecraft skills. I'm less than a fledgling, but based on what I've seen, Tosaka is probably worth 3 mages. So there's really not much sense comparing any mages to someone like me who can only do strengthening. What's clear is that Rin Tosaka is an exceptional mage. In spiritually strong lands, there are mage family lines which oversee a given area. The Emiya family came during Kiritsugu's generation, so our family is essentially outsiders. That's why I didn't know Tosaka came from a family of mages, and I don't think Tosaka knew I came from one either. There are several mages in this town I don't know about. That Lancer guy is another mage's familiar too. That means I've gotten myself in the middle of some sort of fight between mages. Big mage fight.
和風っていうのも新鮮だな。あ、エミヤ君、そこが今？
I should really just stop thinking for now. Just stop thinking. Now's the time to pay attention to what Tosaka has to say. I turn on the lights. It's already past 1 in the morning.
寒っ。何よ、窓ガラス全開してるじ
Well,
ゃない。
I did jump out of them.
仕方ないだろランサーってやつに襲われたんだなりふり構ってられなかったんだよ
ああ、そういうこと。じゃあ、セイバーを呼び出すまで一人であいつとやり合ってたの？
やり合ってなんかない。ただ一方的にやられただけだ。
That's true, you did get bodied.
ふーん、変な見え張らないんだ。そっかそっか、ほんと見た目通りなんだ、エミヤくんって。
What did she mean by this? I don't know what's so amusing to her, but Tosaka walks over to the broken window. Tosaka picks up a broken piece of glass. She stares at it for a second. She cuts her fingertip and lets a single drop of blood fall onto the window. What kind of magecraft is that? The shattered window begins to reassemble itself, returning to its original undamaged state in mere seconds.
遠坂
Can you fix his roof too that Lancer fell through?
ちょっとしたデモンストレーションよ。助けてもらったお礼にはならないけど、一応筋はもう私がやらなくともそっちで直したんだろうけど、こんなの魔力の無駄遣いでしょ。本当なら窓ガラスなんて
That's fair.
切り替えれば済むけど、こんな寒い中で話すのもなんだし。
She says all of this like it's a normal thing. Her skills are just beyond my comprehension.
いや、すごいぞ遠坂。俺はそんなことできないからな。直してくれて感謝してる。
できないってそんな。
No, I'm sorry, Shiro really does suck that much.
ガラスの扱いなんて初歩の初歩だもの。たった数分前に割れたガラスの修復なんてどこの学派でも入門試験みたいなものでしょ。
そうなのか。俺は親父にしか教わったことがないから、そういう基本とか処方とか知らないんだ。
は？
Tosaka stops abruptly. Crap. Sounds like I said something I shouldn't have.
ちょっと待って。じゃあ何？エミヤ君は自分の工房の管理もできない半人前ってこと？
No.
いや、工房なんて持ってないぞ、俺。
Well, actually, I have the shed I use for training, but I think calling that a workshop would just make Tosaka angry.
まさかとは思うけど確認しとく。もしかしてあなた。
No, I don't know what any of these proper nouns are.
作り方も知らない。
I just nod. Whoa, that's terrifying. Beautiful as she is, she gets intense when she goes quiet.
何？じゃああなた素人？
そんなことないぞ。一応強化の魔術ぐらいは使える。
強化ってまたなんとも半端なのを使うのね。で、
Yeah, all I can do is explode my spine to fix appliances. Tosaka just stares at me.
まあ、端的に言えば、多分。
Her stare is so intense, I can't help but be vague in my answer.
はあ、なんだってこんなやつにセイバーが呼び出されるのよ。まったく。
It's probably because of all that magic energy you shoved into him to fix his heart. She sighs, disappointed. I don't much care for that. It's not like I've been playing around here. Sure, I'm not a full-fledged mage, but that's not the issue here.
まあいいわ。もう決まったことに不平をこぼしても始まらない。そんなことより今は借りを返さないと。
Tosaka takes a breath.
それじゃあ話を始めるけど、エミヤくん、自分がどんな立場にあるのか分かってないでしょ。
No, Shiro doesn't know jack shit. I nod.
やっぱり。まあ一目で分かったけど、一応確認しとかないとね。知ってる相手に説明するなんて心の贅肉だし。
That was a really weird way to put that, but I feel like if I get smart with her, she'll smack me. That's fair.
率直に言うと、エミヤくんはマスターに選ばれたの。どちらかの手に精魂があるでしょ。手の甲とか腕とか、個人差はあるけど、3つの霊樹が刻まれているはず。それがマスターとしての証よ。
手の甲って。あ、これか。
そう。それはサーバントを律する呪文でもあるから大切にね。霊樹って言うんだけど、それがある限りはサーバントを従えていられるわ。
ある限りってどういうことだよ。
You only get 3.
絶対命令権なの。サーバントには自由意志があるって気づいていると思うけど、それをねじ曲げて絶対に言いつけを守らせる呪文がその刻印。発動に呪文は必要なくて、あなたが霊樹を使用するって思えば発動するから。ただし1回使うたびに1つずつ減っていくから、使うのなら2回だけにとどめなさい。
Yeah, you would know.
その霊樹がなくなったらエミヤ君は殺されるだろうから、せいぜい注意して。
俺が殺される？
そうよ。マスターが他のマスターを倒すのが聖杯戦争の基本だから。そうして他の6人を倒したマスターには望みを叶える聖杯が与えられるの。
Everybody wants that grail. Hold on a second. I don't understand what the hell Tosaka's saying. Masters defeating masters? And then they're granted the Holy Grail. And is the Holy Grail the Holy Grail?
まだわからない。要するにね、あなたはあるゲームに巻き込まれて、
You know, a game where everybody dies.
聖杯戦争っていう7人のマスターの生存競争。他のマスターを一人残らず倒すまで終わらない魔術師同士の殺し合いに。
Tosaka talks about this like it's the most normal thing in the world. Everything she says swirls around in my head. I was chosen as a master. Tosaka claims to be a master. Familiars called servants. And the Holy Grail War. A battle to the death between 7 mages.
待て、なんだそれ。いきなり何言ってんだお前。
気持ちはわかるけど、私は事実を。
Shiro, have you watched a popular show named Kamen Rider Ryuki?
それにあなただって心の底では理解してるんじゃない？
That'll explain
一
everything.
度ならず二度までもサーバーに
Hatakai,
殺され
Shiro.
かけて、
Hatakai.
自分はもう逃げられない立場なんだって。
That true, that Lancer guy did nearly kill me. Twice.
違うわね。殺されかけたんじゃなくて殺されたんだっけ。よく生き返ったわね、エミヤ君。
Tosaka's comment is the final nail in the coffin. She's absolutely right. That guy killed me. I died. There was no chance for me to talk him out of it, nor convince him otherwise, and I was only there to die. That's why me backing out of this incomprehensible deathmatch doesn't mean the others will do the same. Guess I gotta get good.
納得した？ならもう少しだけ話をしてあげる。聖杯戦争というのが何であるか私もよくは知らない。ただ何十年に一度7人のマスターが選ばれ、マスターにはそれぞれサーバントが与えられるってことだけは確かよ。私もマスターに選ばれた一人だから、サーバントと契約したし、あなただってセーバーと契約した。サーバントは聖杯戦争を勝ち残るために聖杯が与えた。
Except sometimes you're given one that sucks and kills you.
で、マスターである私たちは自分のサーバントと協力して他のマスターを始末していくわけね。
Kusaka explains things matter-of-factly, but it feels totally unreal to me. But one thing she mentioned raises a question.
ちょっと待ってくれ。遠坂はセイバーを使い魔だって言うけど、俺にはそうは思えない。だって使い魔っていうのは猫とか鳥だろ。そりゃ人の幽霊を扱うやつもいるって言うけど、セイバーはちゃんと体がある。それにとても使い魔なんかに見えない。
I glance over at Saber. She's just standing there. She's been quiet the whole time. Saber looks completely human to me. I don't know who she is, but she looks to be a girl about the same age as me.
使い魔ね。まあサーバントはその分類ではあるけど、位置づけは段違いよ。何しろそこにいる彼女は
A
ね、
ghost liner. I don't think I've seen that proper noun
ゴ
yet.
ーストライナーなんだから。
ゴーストライナー。じゃあやっぱり幽霊ってことか。
The spirit of a human, someone who died long ago. The residual thoughts of a person of exceptional ability who remains in this world even after their death. But that doesn't make sense. ghosts don't possess a physical body. Ghosts can only hurt other ghosts. So how could I, who possesses a physical body, be killed by a spirit?
幽霊。似たようなものだけど、そんなもんと
She doesn't like it. It's like an insult.
サーバントは
Servants.
受肉した過去の英雄。精霊に近い人間以上の存在なんだから。
受肉した過去の英雄。
そうよ。過去だろうが現代だろうが、とにかく死亡した伝説上の英雄をこう引っ張ってきてね、実体化させるのよ。まあ呼び出すまでがマスターの役割で、後の実体化は聖杯がしてくれるんだけどね。魂を形にするなんてのは一介の魔術師には不可能だもの。ここは強力なアーティファクトの力におんぶしてもらうってわけ。
ちょっと待て、過去の英雄って。
I look at Saber. So she's a hero of the past too? Well, sure. Nobody in the modern era would dress like her, but still.
そんなの不可能だ。そんな魔術聞いたことがない。
当然よ。これは魔術じゃないもの。あくまで聖杯による現象と考えなさい。そうでなければ魂を再現して固定化するなんてできるはずがない。
魂の再現って。じゃあそのサーバントは幽霊とは違うのか。
True, it could be just a cosplayer.
違うわ。人間であれ動物であれ機械であれ、偉大な功績を残すと輪廻の輪から外されて一段階上に昇華するって話聞いたことない？英霊っていうのはそういう連中よ。
They have been removed from the wheel of samsara.
要するに崇め立てまつられて疑似的な神様になった者たちなんでしょうね。高霊術とか口寄せとかそういう一般的な霊を扱う魔術は彼らの力の一部を借り受けて奇跡を起こすでしょ。けどこのサーバントっていうのは英霊本体を直接連れてきて使い魔にする。だから基本的には霊体としてそばにいるけど、必要とあれば実体化させて戦わせられるってわけ。
その霊体と実体を使い分けられるってことか。遠坂のサーバントは姿が見えないけど、今は霊体ってことか。
いえ、あいつはうちの召喚人で。
Yeah, Archer went home.
さっきセイバーにやられたでしょ。あれだってあと少し強制撤去が遅かったら。
Archer went home to get over it.
いい？サーバントを倒せるのは同じ霊体であるサーバントだけ。そりゃ相手が実体化していればこっちの攻撃も当たるから、うまくすれば倒せるかもしれない。けどサーバントはみんな怪物じみてるでしょ。だから怪物の相手は怪物に任せて、マスターは後方支援をするっていうのがセオリーね。
We're backline casters. Don't get in the way. Susaka's explanation ticks me off. I don't know what the other servants are like, but calling servants monsters doesn't feel like a fair description of Saber.
とにかくマスターになった人間は召喚したサーバントを使って他のマスターを倒さなければならない。そのあたりは理解できた？
言葉の上でなら。けど納得なんて言ってないぞ。そもそもそんな悪趣味なことを誰が何のために始めたんだ。
それは私が知るべきことでもないし、答えてあげることでもない。そのあたりはいずれちゃんと聖杯戦争を監督しているやつに聞きなさい。私が教えてあげられるのはね、あなたはもう戦うしかなくて、サーバントは
戦い
使い魔だからうまく使えってことだけよ。
As Susaka says that, she turns to Saber.
さて、エミヤ君から話を聞いた限りじゃ、あなたは不完全な状態みたいね、セイバー。マスターとしての心得がない、魔術師見習いに呼び出されたんだから。ええ、あなたの言う通り、私は万全ではありません。
シロには私を実体化させる魔力がないため、霊体に戻ることも魔力の回復も難しい。
I see. Shiro's a stupid baby. He can't do any of this shit.
驚いたわ。そこまでひどかったこともだけど、あなたが正直に話してくれるなんて思わなかった。どうやって弱みを切り出そうかなって程度。
Well, I respect that honesty, Tosaka.
敵に弱点を見抜かれるのは不本意ですが、あなたの目は欺けそうにない。こちらの手札を隠しても意味はないでしょう。それならばあなたに知ってもらうことで、シロにより深く現状を理解してもらった方がいい。
正解。風格も十分と。もうますます惜しい。私がセイバーのマスターだったらこんな戦い勝ったも同然だったのに。
Well, honestly, probably not.
当然でしょ、ヘッポコ。
Whoa, anyone with a heart might have softened that blow a bit.
何？まだなんか質問があるの？
But she doesn't realize how hurtful her words are. My image of her as a perfect honor student at school slowly crumbles. Issei sure was right about her. She's fiendishly relentless.
さて、話がまとまったところでそろそろ行きましょうか。
Tosaka announces this curtly, but it's kind of weird.
行くってどこへ？
だからあなたが巻き込まれたこのゲーム、聖杯戦争をよく知っているやつに会いに行くの。エミヤ君、聖杯戦争の理由について知りたいんでしょ？
Oh, I'm sure we're gonna learn a lot.
それは当然だ。けどそれってどこだよ？もうこんな時間なんだし、あんまり遠いのは。
大丈夫。隣町だから急げば夜明けまでには帰ってこれるわ。それに
I guess that's true. It's not a school night.
いや、そういう問題じゃなくて。
So much has happened today, and I'm utterly exhausted. I just want to rest and organize my thoughts.
何？行かないの？もうエミヤ君がそう言うんならいいけど、セイバーは？
For some reason, Tosaka's asking for Saber's opinion.
ちょっと待て、セイバーは関係ないだろう。あんまり無理強いするな。
もうマスターとしての自覚はあるんだ。私がセイバーと話すのは嫌？
Ooh, drama.
そんなことあるか。ただ、遠坂の言うのが本当なら、セイバーは昔の英雄なんだろ？なら、こんな現代に呼び出されて、右も左もわからないはずだ。だから、
シロ、それは違う。サーバントは人間の世であるのなら、あらゆる時代に適応。
I actually just know everything
です
inherently,
からこの時代のこともよく知って
so that we don't have to deal with that.
知ってるって。
The writer didn't want to deal with that.
もちろん、この時代に呼び出されたのも一度ではありませんから。
嘘。どんな確率よそれ。
How convenient. Oh, hey, so Tosaka's surprised too. That must mean what Saber said is at least somewhat unusual.
シロ、私は彼女に賛成です。あなたはマスターとして知識がなさすぎる。
You need to figure shit out. You need to get your shit together, Shiro.
シロには強くなってもらわなければ困ります。
Saber silently stares at me. The look on her face tells me she's saying this for my sake, not for her own sake.
わかった。行けばいいんだろ？行けば。で、それってどこなんだ、遠坂？ちゃんと帰ってこれる場所なんだろうな。
That's pretty funny, Piker.
もちろん。行き先は隣町の琴峰峡。
Oh, gay
そこ
priest.
がこの戦いを監督してるエセ神父の居所よ。
Gay priest is coming. Tosaka flashes a mischievous grin. It's the look of someone who's enjoying teasing me since I have no clue what's going on. At least that's what I think. I'm starting to believe Tosaka has a really nasty side. We walk through town at night. It's 1 in the morning and there is nobody out at this hour. The houses are dark and the sleepy town is cast only in the streetlight's pale
ま
glow.
あ、遠坂。スカのことを聞くけど、あ 歩いて隣町まで行く気なのか？
そうよ。だって電車もバスも終わってるでしょ。
That feels like a long walk.
夜の散歩っていうのも。
そうか。一応聞くけど、隣町までどのくらいかかるか知ってるか？
歩いてだと1時間ぐらいかしらね。まあ、遅くなったら帰りはタクシーでも拾えばいいでしょ。
そんな余分な金は使わないし、俺が言いたいのは女の子が夜出歩くのはどうかってことだ。最近物騒なのは知ってるだろ？もしものことがあったら責任持てないぞ。
安心しなさい。相手がどんなやつだろうと。
Yeah, I was gonna say, you forgot about the fucking magic medieval knight hanging around. Now that she mentions it. If anyone picks a fight with Saber, they're dead for sure. She's Sir, going blanky mode. Also, he's an idiot.
なんでも私たちが痴漢に襲われたらエミヤくんが助けてくれるんだって。
そんな、シローは私のマスターだ。それでは立場が逆ではないですか。
そういうの考えてないんじゃない？魔術師とかサーバントとかどうでもいいって感じ。あいつの頭の中一度見てみたくなったわね。
Tosaka and Saber seem to be on good enough terms to chat now. Saber's been quiet ever since I stopped her from leaving the house as she was. She flatly refused to take off her armor, so I made her wear a raincoat, and she's been quiet ever since. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like the raincoat. And now she's just following me, and only speaks to Tosaka. She's mad at you, Shiro. She's on Mad at You Island. I feel a little awkward walking right beside her, so I walk a little faster and took the side path. Look at that bridge. We zoomed in on this JPEG. It looks a little fuzzy because you did that. We enter a park along the riverside. All we need to do is to cross the bridge to reach Shinto. Maybe it's the park at night. Tosaka, she stands there staring up at the bridge. Looks prettier than when I see her at school. This isn't good. I don't... Girls are intimidating me. I remind Tosaka to hurry and start climbing the stairs. Once we reach the road at the side of the bridge, it's just a straight shot to Shinto. There's nobody on the bridge. Not surprising, since this bridge isn't exactly busy even during the day. People tend to take the bus or train to get to the next town. The pedestrian bridge doesn't see much use. It's a pretty good distance, and the bridge itself seems a little unsteady, so people might worry it could collapse at any time. Well, okay. Probably why this isn't a very popular spot for dates, even though the location and ambiance are perfect. Also, maybe stop saying that out loud. Saber follows silently while Rin walks beside me. I hurry across the bridge as fast as I can and try not to think too much about the two girls with me. Once we cross the bridge, Tosaka leads us to the suburbs. The office buildings near the station only come to mind when I think of Shinto. There's still a traditional townscape on the outskirts. The suburbs are especially prominent in that sense. There are gentle slopes and a hill that overlooks the ocean. The further up the hill you go, the fewer buildings there are, and there's even a foreigner cemetery built alongside the hillside. He really is Pygray. He's very intimidating. I look up and see a shadow that must be a building on top of the hill. A church atop a hill. I never imagined a circumstance like this what would bring me to God's house. Sorry, I fumbled that sentence.
すごいなこれ。
The church is magnificent. The whole hilltop seems to be church grounds, and I'm greeted by a huge open space the moment I reach the top of the hill. The church at the other side of the vast open space isn't all that big, but it seems to loom over everything, intimidating any visitors.
シロ、私はここに残ります。
Okay.
なんでだよ。ここまで来たのに、セイバーだけ置いてけぼりなんてできないだろう。
私は教会に来たのではなく、シロを守るためについてきたのです。シロの目的地が教会であるのなら、これ以上遠くには行かないでしょう。
She's gonna keep watch.
ですから、ここで帰りを待つことにします。
Saber is frank in her response. I can't see her budging at this point, so I decide to respect her decision.
わかった。それじゃあ行ってくる。
はい。誰であろうと気を許さないように、マスター。
And that is where we will stop for tonight. I'm really tired. I've done a lot of reading tonight, hedge funds. I'm sorry. I know. I'm probably blueballing you all on meeting Gay Priest. I know this is an exciting time. Everybody loves that priest. That Joji Nakata bastard. But it'll have to be next time. I figured that would be a good place to stop because this will probably be a long fucking scene. So I think that's a good place to stop. Thanks for watching tonight, everybody. I've been enjoying this for the most part. And I'm excited to see where it goes. So we will have to see. And yeah, I will see you all next week, henchbuns. I'm really tired. So I don't have much else to say. Let's just go find somebody to raid. Oh my goodness, it's late. Yeah, let's go raid Henamimi. She's doing some sort of chatting stream, and I like that funny chicken. So yeah, we're gonna go raid her, and I will see you all next time, henchbuns. Thanks for watching tonight.